Hello. Hello, hello. Another day, another PGR stream. Hello, hello. Alright, for today, it says it in the title, I'm gonna go through chapter 19, New Divide. I don't know if I'll be able to squeeze in the hidden section for the chapter, but we'll see. Alright. Still gotta use the VPN just to log into the game, but it's no biggie. It's just a very tiny thing I gotta do. Oh shit! I quickly did my dailies too before I went on here. Literally like 5 minutes before I started. I'm not missing anything else, am I? Oh. I didn't realize they changed the banners. Oh man. God damn it. Now the game's really tempting me. I'm really tempted. No, I gotta save. I gotta save for Chu Shukra. Alright. Chapter 19, New Divide. Karenina Patch. What's her frame name again? Seer or something like that? I don't know how it's pronounced. Really cool frame though. A New Divide. Last Resort. Good song. Alright. Let me just quickly get another sip of water here. Alright. Brazen Fire. Let's begin. Who the heck? Norman. A long time ago, there was a bunch of happy rabbits. Every day they enjoyed a meal of carrots that grew from the earth. Their lives were blissful, free of worry. One day, they discovered that carrots bathed in the moonlight would become even sweeter and tastier. The gears in their little brains started turning. Wouldn't it be great if we could eat these extra sweet carrots all the time? Why don't we just keep the moon with us then? How would we do that? Hold her back. Grab a rope. Let's pull the moon back. Eager to taste the sweetest carrots ever, the rabbits worked together, twisting and weaving the carrot leaves until they made a long rope. Hiya! They finally grabbed a hold of the moon. Using their combined might, the rabbits tried their hardest to tie down the moon in the sky. We'll soon get our bellies full. The rabbits cheered and chanted. Did they actually get what they hoped for in the end? Well, no. A New Divide, Chapter 19. It has been a while since Grey Raven returned to Babylonia with the survivors. The doctor from Star of Life said you started sleeping since Liv reverted to the Eclipse frame, so you have no idea how much time has passed. You were seemingly heavily infected when you retrieved Liv's mind shards. So much so that despite getting her back, you fell unconscious while she changed her frame. You suffered a deadly concussion. I know you've miraculously awakened, but the truth is I wasn't expecting you to wake up at all. Making comprehensive notes on your report, the Star of Life doctor frowns as she goes over the thorough records. Your mind beacon is still slightly corrupted, and your body is still covered in old injuries, so you're not leaving until I say otherwise. Stay in the rehabilitation room instead of going on missions if possible. If possible. Alright. Also, don't walk around on your own just because you're feeling a bit better. You hear me? You feel a surge of embarrassment as the doctor departs with a distrustful gaze. A familiar voice speaks beside you. You heard the doc? Get some rest, Chief. Just ask me if you need something. Simon closes the book he is reading and turns to look at you with kindness. He is similarly covered in injuries, but he looks well. You're looking pretty lively today, Simon. Yeah. They're probably discharging me tomorrow after the inspection today. HQ told me that they'd assign Dark Aries with new members after I'm ready. Are you staying in the army? Simon is not as adamant as other soldiers, and there does not seem to be a reason he must stay in the army. After that excruciating battle, no one would bat an eye if he applied for early retirement. I suppose someone like me, who always got last place, doesn't make the most reliable commandant, does it? I didn't mean that. Smiling with a hint of embarrassment, Simon fiddles with his book before revealing a resolute gaze you have never seen. This is a textbook from FOS College. I never really read through it back in school, which would explain my grade. But if I can start learning new tactics and considering new perspectives, perhaps I will save a lot more lives in the future. Just like you guys did, Chief. You will, Simon. Yeah. Thank you. Right. Didn't you say I could ask you if I need something? Of course. What do you need? Are you sure this is fine? The doctor told you not to walk around. You wrap your arm around Simon's shoulder, walking along a corridor in the Star of Life Medical Center while your whole body is in pain. She said not to walk around on my own. That's why you're the chief. You've clearly twisted her words, but I'm still convinced. Lucia's and Lee's frames were heavily damaged after the battle, their minds showing signs of infection. Still, repaired and examined, they have since recovered and started going on missions with other squads. You worry most about Liv. She switched to the specialized frame without a commandant to stabilize her mind, and now the damage has put her in a coma, her treatment marred by the unknown qualities of her new frame. We're here, Chief. Stopping before an ICU ward, you look through its thick glass window and see Liv surrounded by a lot of medical devices. Liv saved everyone back there. I'm sure she will be fine. Without her risking her life, no one would have survived that encounter. Not Lucia, Lee, or even the entire human race. Not to mention this moment of respite she has given you all. But the girl who saved the world is now slumbering here, and the only thing anyone can do is pray. Liv. We probably felt the same when you were in a coma, Chief. Her condition will not get any better with you staying by her side and doing nothing. Those who can still contribute should act. Let's go back. Alright. You still have physical therapy this afternoon. The doctors are going to be mad if you miss it again. Simon suddenly stops, recalling something. By the way, Chief, do you know a construct from the engineering force named Karenina? Why, yes, I do. I'm sorry, Mr. Representative from Norman Mining Corp. Leonardo Norman, but Norman will do. That's the name people know, after all. Norman Mining Corp controlled almost every mining operation on the surface back in the Golden Age. After Babylonia retreated to space, it gave up its operations on Earth and turned its gaze toward the moon. The rich helium-3 reserve on the moon is what powers Babylonia every day. It is even used to trade for essentials with Earth-bound organizations like the ACA. On the other hand, Norman Mining Corp's comprehensive knowledge of the surface also makes it an important partner of the WGAA. Councilman Norman, this is a very important meeting. We don't need you telling us a bedtime story here. Come on, everyone's so serious right now. I thought I'd lighten the mood, no? The other council members sigh and sneer, not worrying that Norman can hear them. But Norman does not react. He seems to be familiar with this kind of response. Norman Mining Corp has never been interested in politics, but they have sent the infamously perverse eldest son of the family to this council meeting for some reason. Nicholas sighs while Hassan nods, crossing his arms, intrigued. So, did the rabbits pull the moon back in the end? Oh, well, they were rabbits, weren't they? Of course they couldn't pull off a stunt like that. That would be ridiculous. Unlike the part where they grabbed a hold of the moon with a rope. Norman ignores Nicholas' interruption and continues, chuckling. But the sweet, sweet carrots were all the rabbits could think about, and they wouldn't let go of their rope. Eventually, the moon pulled them away, and the rabbits ended up on the surface of the moon, never to return. So what? The rabbits wouldn't worry about that, obviously. They honestly thought the moon was theirs. They cheered triumphantly. After all, they were just a bunch of happy rabbits. Are you suggesting that humans are those dumb rabbits? No. This is just a popular fairy tale where I came from, and I didn't think the rabbits were stupid either. Norman bows elegantly, his etiquette clashing with his flamboyant outfit. Cool story, Councilman Norman. Yeah, my sisters always call me a good storyteller. Hassan politely smiles before turning back to the spacious Parliament Hall and nodding, and the annoyed council members gradually quiet down. This has been a very intense meeting, so thank you, Councilman Norman, for the brief amusement. But I'm afraid we must return to the matter at hand. How are we going to save humanity from our biggest threat yet? The hollow screen in the hall displays the destruction caused by the global mutation of the hetero creatures. Although we finally found ourselves possessing a weapon that can counter the twins and large-scale punishing virus infections with the new specialized frame deployed, bringing us a difficult victory. But the development of specialized frames continues to be riddled with problems. The research on how to destabilize them, in particular, will be our key to reclaiming the Earth in the future. Nicola and Hassan exchange a look, and Hassan continues. This catastrophe has greatly impaired the task force members deployed to the surface. Some teams never returned. Confronting an unexpected calamity, they chose to stand and fight on the front line for humanity, buying us the time to plan and strategize right now. All the council members remain silent. Some look upset, probably suffering from loss, while some look terrified, fearing that the coming war will cost them everything they have. Amidst all of them, one person raises his hand and stands up. He's a member of the diplomatic court. Corona, one of Collins. Hassan and Nicola exchange a look. Frowning slightly, Hassan gestures to the man. Councilman Litz, from the diplomatic court. The floor is yours. Litz nods before entering some data on the screen next to him, projecting them onto the hollow screen. According to the information the military has published, our task force, when compared with the data of previous battles, has spent way beyond what is acceptable. Given their current strength, dare I say that the task force can't even guard Babylonia against the evolving hetero creatures. Destroying them on a meaningful scale and reclaiming the conservation areas is a pipe dream. Litz pauses, his gaze sweeping across the hall, and he lets the deafening silence flood the room. I have no intention to blame the military command or our task force, but even with their exceptional service, our fight against the punishing virus is still resulting in heavy loss. Indeed, the battles are much crueler than these numbers. Constructs and commandants were performing their duties to reclaim the Earth when they met their ill-fated ends, combating enemies beyond our understanding. Hey, Eggsy. Welcome in. Hope you've been doing well. They are glorious worries, are they not? The children of Earth just like us, are they not? They have every right to share in humanity's future. Are you suggesting giving up on reclaiming Earth? Are you going to let their sacrifices be in vain? Looking into Litz's eyes intently, Nicola has a feeling that this man must have a card up his sleeve. He would not have incited the council members otherwise. I don't object to reclaiming the Earth. It is our past, our future even. But we must ask ourselves, is it time for us to consider another path? If we stop fighting and let the punishing virus spread, the people will suffer, and Babylonia won't remain unscathed. We can't be sure that the fully evolved hetero creatures and corrupted wouldn't destroy this ark. Don't forget that Babylonia was created as a superluminal colony ship. It's a ship that's meant to sail toward the stars, not an ark to survive a flood. Nicola chuckles. If that is Litz's card, he might be a little too naive. Since you didn't forget, I'm sure you'll also recall that Babylonia can only run on regular fuel right now. The zero-point engine, designed to power Babylonia, originally was the reason this apocalypse started. What if? Litz's dreadful noise follows Nicola's words like a cobra catching its prey. What if I tell you that the utilization of zero-point energy is no longer a dream? After a brief silence, the room explodes with questions. All the council members are stunned by Litz's words, eager to know about the thing he said, zero-point energy. As you all know, during a not-so-secret military operation, the Grey Raven Commandant retrieved a file from Atlantis, the zero-point research city. Litz changes the displayed content on the hollow screen into the Omega file, the data with which the Atlantis researchers trade their lives. This is an incredibly valuable file. It shows us that under specific conditions, a running zero-point reactor can create a field that absorbs the punishing virus. That was how we managed to create the specialized frame with the mega weapon that defeated the twins. The new specialized frame was what caused the military to work with Corona. Exactly. However, those noble researchers have perhaps left us with an even more significant insight. Nodding, Litz turns to the next page of his presentation. During their research, they tried to recreate the process of how the zero-point reactor created the punishing virus. They documented their experiments, hoping to leave behind valuable data. While they never saw the virus manifest, those researchers still preserved the Omega file alongside all the data from running their zero-point reactor. Hilda also realizes what Litz is saying, which means that, in a way, they discovered how to generate zero-point energy without causing a punishing virus outbreak. Indeed, this will be our basis for restarting the zero-point reactor. The last torch of humanity's future is burning 363,300 kilometers from the Earth now, right there on the moon. All the council members gasp, almost all of them turning toward the moon that is seemingly just outside their grasp. To test how zero-point energy would perform under low gravity in space, Babylonia's zero-point reactor and the manufacture of its engine were sent to the propulsion lab on the moon during Babylonia's production. Upon discovering the connection between zero-point reactors and the punishing virus, The reactor and the lunar base that housed it have been discarded, now managed by Norman Mining Corp, the lunar mining company. Is that why Norman's eldest has been invited to this meeting? Noticing Nicola's piercing gaze, Norman, who is playing with the switch of the monitor before him, waves and smiles at Nicola. With Norman Mining Corp's generous assistance, we had a chance to test our theory, and our tests have shown the most promising results. Projected graphs shift once again, displaying a list of data and a photo of a dazzling blue light, the signature optical effect when zero-point energy is generated. Our test finds the lunar reactor running at only at 45.37% of its theoretical capacity when replicating the data from the Atlantis reactor. But that is enough to sustain Babylonia's current operation and future voyage. The most important thing here has been no sign of the punishing virus at our test site. There has been no sign, which means we can attach the zero-point engine to Babylonia and use its almost limitless energy to turn Babylonia back into a colony ship as we set sail for the stars away from Earth. This will mean the punishing viruses virus-infected planet and its myriad of dangers will no longer concern Babylonia. Humanity would begin anew, which is undoubtedly a very tempting proposition given the current situation. Only if your data is reliable. Even the Norman Mining Corp doesn't possess researchers' experience with zero-point reactors and colony ships. I have every right to doubt the legitimacy of this report. Nicola might have called them Norman Mining Corp's researchers, but he knows very well that it must be Kurono scientists on the lunar surface right now. Our researchers aren't the only ones. We only managed to restart this project because we received OBS disconnected for a second there. Okay, we're back. And despite this Babylonia's design, and despite the study on zero-point energy having stopped for years, she remains one of its leading researchers. More importantly, Karenina is a member of Babylonia. Her position is above reproach. Well, I believe the idea to relaunch Babylonia's voyage is convincing enough for a proposal then, President Hassan. Hassan nods as he looks around the parliament. Well, we'll begin our vote on Councilman Litt's proposal. Without much discussion, an overwhelming majority has voted to restart the zero-point reactor and leave the ever-growing threats of the surface, turning humanity's gaze toward the unknown stars. I'll also vote yes, but as the head of the Control Corps, I should remind you that you have overstepped your role as a member of the Diplomatic Court by plotting this secret scheme of yours. There will be consequences. Litz nods, his gaze moving past Hilda onto Hassan, showing no signs of fear. Of course, I accept any punishment. 98.5% are in favor of Councilman Litz's proposal. 0 have opposed. 0% have opposed and 1.5% have abstained. The supporting rate is higher than the minimum requirements. This proposal has passed. In that case, I hereby announce that. At that moment, the Parliament suddenly receives an emergency comms request from Celica. Hassan hesitates for a few seconds before deciding to answer the call. President Hassan, we just received an urgent message from the lunar base. Our initial assessment believes it requires an immediate response. Who sent it? Karenina. Frowning, Hassan looks at Litz, but he cannot derive anything from Litz's expressionless face. Wait. Celica switches the feed, and the projected screen in the Parliament reveals a blurred figure whose voice is unmistakably Karenina's. Infection must danger the surface, so I must destroy the zero-point engine right now How's that? Proposal denied now. About 3 months ago, or a week after the twins appeared in the Puglia Forest Park ruins. Looking down from Babylonia, the threat from the flying hetero creatures is ever present. Babylonia has paid a heavy price trying to re-establish the nightmare route between itself and the surface, but no ace pilot has expected to get past enemies that would not hesitate to throw their lives away. Even the arrival of a screw or a can of food will help the surface greatly against this living hell. But the dreams of the many rescued pilots ultimately fall amidst the blue sky they once soared. This is no longer an issue of piloting skills. The engineers of Babylonia must provide a new solution as soon as possible. Swear word. The engine should be putting out 150% power according to the spec. Why is the speed increase almost negligible right now? As the Science Council is in charge of creating the Omega weapon, the task of creating a new aircraft engine that can counter the flying hetero creatures has been given to the engineering force. With her background as a member of the Cosmos Technician Union, Karenina is experienced in research and development in the energy and power sector, making her the best person for the job. Hey, new guy, show me the records of the previous setup. Actually, I joined the engineering force 2 years ago. Oh, is that so? Why do I feel like I've never seen you before? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Just get me the setup records right now. Actually, it was the vice captain who... Hey, that's Teddy, right? Don't bother looking. I told them to swap that outrageous part in your design with a standard one. Of course, the output has dropped. A quiet voice speaks among the rows of computers that sit in the corner of the development workshop. TEDDY. What the hell? Karenina screams at where the voice came from, startling everyone in the workshop. They quickly shrug and return to work with an expression of, here we go again. Can you comprehend how many lives we lose on the surface for every minute we delay? Karenina pushes away a wall of monitors before yanking the headphones off the girl hidden behind them, the one she called Teddy. Don't forget the value of life, isn't it? We might not say it as much as you do, but every one of us knows why we are working around the clock. We know the stakes. They explain why you replaced those parts. The reason is simple. I didn't want to die. Unruffled, Teddy enters a series of codes before pointing at a monitor in front of Karenina. If we build it according to your design and have the engine run at maximum capacity at all times, the smallest error during assembly will result in a hole on Babylonia, one as big as your head. Karenina turns the monitor back toward Teddy and points at the numbers vehemently. Is that it? Then don't screw up during assembly. Maybe you can modify and assemble the parts with that level of accuracy, but I'm afraid you won't find another daredevil as reckless as you are. We don't have time to design an automatic assembly plant. The HQ tasked us to build a transport craft, not a high-speed coffin that goes up in flames and becomes an expensive firework display. Ugh. Karenina cannot refute Teddy's words right this moment. And this engine is too costly. Excuse me? Costly? Who gives a damn? Who gives a damn at a time like this? It's one thing that it costs a lot of money. What's worse is that it costs 3 times more power than the engines on our current transport crafts to run. Don't these transport crafts need to return after they land on the surface? Not to mention that Babylonia can't supply us with additional energy for the extra trips back and forth to Earth outside what they usually do. If only we had time to optimize the power consumption. Not that I have a better alternative, unless we can somehow get a source with unlimited power. 0-point energy, is it? It'd be great if humans actually had it in their hands. If they could obtain this almost endless power source, they would dramatically change the state of the war. Ironically, zero-point reactors were the cause of the punishing virus outbreak. Karenina turns around and stares at the strategic interface on Earth's status. The people down there do not even have the leisure to worry. Ah, how annoying. Stop dreaming about your fantasy fuel and start figuring out how to lower power consumption. Oh god, instance, dude. Don't jump to conclusions, lassie. Your fantasy might not be as out of reach as you imagined. Karenina turns around to find a grinning, vulgar man barging in and interjecting. Hey, who the are you, creep? This is the Engineering Forces workshop. We don't allow visitors, and we're not responsible if you hurt yourself. Huh, how exquisite. Not that your workshop has worked out anything, has it? What did you say? Karenina behind him. Teddy points at the man, and only then does Karenina notice that behind him are Hassan and Nicola. Hassan, Commander Nicola. All I can say is that we haven't made any significant progress on the new engine yet, if you want an upgrade. No one cares about some obsolete transport craft engines. What we need right now is a revolutionary weapon. Karenina restrains herself and ignores the babbling man, questioning Hassan and Nicola with her gaze. My apologies. This is Collins. He is currently the military's... The seemingly reluctant Hassan meets Nicola's eyes before clearing his throat and continuing. Kind of a consultant. Let's put it like that. We have a very important project we need to discuss with you. Take a break. The rest of you. Teddy glances at Karenina and sighs, probably thinking that Karenina has gotten into trouble again. She then leads the rest of the team out of the workshop. Alrighty then. Let's not dally around what I need. Lassie, you. My name is Karenina. Oh, so rude of me. Well, Karen, you must have heard of what that Grey Ribbon Commandant brought back from the Atlantis Research Center, right? The Omegaphile? Hearing that term, Karenina's eyes narrow. She has no idea why the unremarkable man before her is one of the few people with access to this highly classified information. Hassan and Nicola were very clear about how confidential the Omegaphile must remain when they first informed her about it. Whoops, I accidentally pressed space. Tasking her to assist the Science Council in testing the theories. So you do know about it. Haha. Not a very good liar, are you? I don't know what that sort of word could be. Beep, 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 beep. How many characters is that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 characters. That's a long... that's a long-ass swear word. Nicola barely manages to hold the furious Karenina back, even though he does wish to see her giving Collins a beating. I'll explain. The Science Council has successfully developed a prototype for the Omega weapon, but that is the most they can do. To produce it, we need to employ a zero-point reactor. And the only functional zero-point reactor we possess. There's no way to reach Earth right now, not to mention finding a running zero-point reactor on the surface to make the Omega weapon. But Earth is not the only place with a zero-point reactor. The reactor in the lunar base. It could work. But it's been closed forever since the outbreak, and no one has the slightest clue what's going on in there. That's why we desperately need someone with technical expertise in zero-point reactors to restart it. So you're knocking on our door. So now you're knocking on our door. What a plan. Collins grins and sits on a random machine tool, unconcerned with the dust and oil stains. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for any researcher in the energy field. You might even have your name forever remembered in human history. Karenina knows that just because you are remembered does not mean you are remembered fondly. She learned it from her grandfather. Ooh, that's a good one. That's good. I'm not interested. Find another dumb bleh to listen to your to listen to your bull bleh. How about this bull bleh? I mean, let me put it another way. Do you think it's a good idea to ask some random team instead of the engineering force to restart a 0-point reactor? Karenina is certain that there is no one in Babylonia, not even someone from the Science Council, who is more experienced than her in the field for this job. She is confident and proud of that fact. That's not persuasion, creep. That's a threat. Karenina stays silent for once before turning toward Hassan. President Sen, can you make a weapon really beat the blet out of that blet punishing virus? For what it's worth, it is our only hope. When the surface was ravaged by a punishing virus, Babylonia was humanity's hope for shelter. When the corrupted destroyed the defenses on Earth, constructs were humanity's hope for a fighting chance. And now, the development of the Omega weapon is humanity's hope for fighting back against this living hell. Can Karenina really afford to sit this out? I see. The engineering force will take this job, with 2 conditions. First of all, the people that stay behind will keep working on the new transport craft engine. The things they make will come in handy, I'm sure. Second, Karenina pauses, then names her request. Teddy steps outside of the workshop. She has no idea how long since she last left the place. Hoping to take a break, she instead runs into someone unexpected. Hello there. It's been a while. Confronted by the enthusiastic Norman, Teddy pretends not to see him. She just sits on the floor before opening her portable terminal and continuing to work on her codes. Norman, in turn, just smiles and walks to her side, looking at her work curiously. Is this where you work now? How is it, Christina? Oh, excuse me. Happy with your job? Hearing that name, Teddy frowns and stops typing. There's no Christina here. If you still have a brain, you'd remember that my name is Teddy, Mr. Norman. Can't fault your brother for calling you how he's always called you. Old habits die hard. Teddy is still staring at her screen, but her mind is elsewhere. You. Why would you go back to the Norman family? Huh. Probably for that incomprehensible inheritance, I suppose. Huh. Is that so? Congratulations, then. I guess you're only here with us dirty and grimy folks for some family business, aren't you? Bingo! What do you know? I've always said my sister is way smarter than me. Teddy sneers, her face quickly reverting to expressionless once again, and her fingers darting across the keyboard on her terminal. Victoria, is she well? Of course. At least better than you and I with our dirty work. Looking at the stains on her sleeves, Teddy glimpses at Norman's stylish outfit and smiles. She throws a fit every time she sees me, asking for her sister to play with her. All I can do is tell her her sister is working right now and she'll be back once she is free. Well, you really are a piece of blank, aren't you? How dare you lie to a child? Norman laughs dramatically, seemingly unbothered by her insults. You haven't answered me yet, Teddy. Are you happy with your job? Teddy seems a little surprised, but she answers after a while. It's fine. Not screwing around like you are in yours. Good. Norman smiles gently, unlike before. Once the smile fades, Norman mumbles quietly. That's good. Here we go. Sire Seer. I don't know if it's sire or if it's seer. Visionary. Such a nice design. The moon, the closest celestial body to the Earth. Back when humans were still unfamiliar with the world, the moon channeled all of their wildest stories of the night. Some people thought it was the home of gods who observed humans from afar. Man, I'm yawning a lot today. Times changed, but the clarity of the moonlight was unchanging. It was not until the first human footprint was left on the moon did the age of stories and myths end for the silver night sky, declaring the beginning of humanity's golden age. It has been a week since Karenina and Teddy accepted the job and arrived at the lunar base. After completing the Omega prototype, Karenina began work on a new project. Mind compatibility test complete. Frame stability rate. Hey, try to move your right hand. Like this? Yep, all good. The readings on the base stance of this frame have all exceeded irregular frames. Just what kind of tech did that guy use in the base model he provided? Hey, Missy, can I get out now? 1 second. I need to read and record a disclaimer. A what now? A disclaimer that says I was forced to help you calibrate your frame. I am in no way responsible if your frame explodes. The Cosmos Technician Union cannot hold me accountable if you are killed in the line of duty. Blank you! Blah 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 blah. Go to hell! Brashly, Karenina pulls off the cables on her body and jumps up, stretching her limbs and moving her joints. The frame is indeed performing nicely. Mobility, explosiveness, balance, all better than what I requested. They modified the frame based on your request, didn't they? Why are you surprised? I designed the changes, but the creep provided the base model of the frame. That is why we can complete it so quickly. Are we sure about that creep and the people in the lunar base? Although she has followed Karenina to the moon, Teddy clearly distrusts Collins. Not really, but that doesn't affect our work. As long as we can help the people on the surface, we'll do what it takes. Karenina swings her transformable blast hammer, her weapon of choice, while Teddy watches from the side. So, it's cool, isn't it? Yeah, it suits you. Karenina was not expecting to hear Teddy complimenting her. She feels a little self-conscious. I designed it after all. Not only does it pack a punch, but it can also adapt to different battles. A weapon that doesn't require careful maneuvers really fits a dumb blank who only knows how to hold the trigger down. Hey, are you interested in helping me test my weapon? Penny a tart, you little blank. Right as the two are about to strangle each other, a middle-aged man in researcher garb enters the preparation room. He looks very awkward, crouching as he comes in. We actually have prepared something for you to test the new frame. You don't have to get your own target. The miserable-looking man is Yarha. He is said to be the research director of this lunar base, but his obsequious attitude appears otherwise. Director Yarha, we're just kidding. I was kidding too. Right before the discomfort boils over, Teddy sighs and stands up from behind the calibration terminal. Is the testing for the new frame about to begin? Can you take us there, Director Yaha? Ah, correct. This way, please. Well, I really was kidding. Yeah, we know. The two of them follow Yarha, leaving the preparation room and heading toward the testing area. Meanwhile, two men quietly start talking on the other side of the room. Is that frame the second request from the girl? But why would you provide her with the frame we developed as the base model? We spent so much effort to reverse engineer it from her. Let's do Billy. You're being silly now. Don't be stingy with your baits if you want to catch a big fish. The fishermen in the Arctic told me that back when I was posted there. The more expensive the bait, the bigger the fish. Heading a list on the back, Colin starts walking toward the testing area. But he stops with some parting words before going further. Don't disregard ancient wisdom, you know. Watching Colin's departing figure, Witz tightens his tie. Of course, I remember that.
あいつがターゲットか。先陣を切らせてもらうぞ。
Testing, testing. Voice command input, audio recording, appropriate location. Text is going by fast. Wait, that's too far. Come a little closer. Stop. That's good enough. Ugh, why is this AI so stupid? I don't know. Activate that as difficulty 1. Karenina, we need to test the frame under different pressure conditions and stages here. I'll assist you with remote debugging. If you're ready, just give me a shout. Okay then. Frame energy set to stage 1. Food should be eaten one bite at a time. Pesky fishy should be taken care of one wave at a time. Let's start with the basic performance. Not bad, not bad. Stage 2. Oh, the music is so good. Now we're getting the ball rolling. Stage 3. Nice. I didn't realize I could do that. Not bad for a warm-up. I knew there were going to be some hiccups during the design phase. I wasn't expecting debugging to go so well the first time. Let's see, we need to strike down while the iron's hot. Come here, drone. Time to try this frame's new powers. The manual debugging interface is in balance. Test system upgraded. Overclocking mode enabled. Color intensity maximum. Setting frame energy to stage 4. Oh, I did not dodge him. It's so fun. What the reach? Okay. Time to give you guys a full show. Stage restriction lifted, full power strike. Karenina, wait! Using such a powerful move in an area like this will. What? I can't hear you. You know the wind is blowing too strong here. I'm sure it is. Ah! 1, 2, 3.
どこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せろ。クズめ食らえ。バーストスラスター展開。バーストスラスタークズめ食らえ。やーおやーやっ。どこ見
I
て
forgot
ん
you
だ
can
よ。
dash over there.
全部消え失せろ。
Yeah. I just remembered
どこ
about
見て
that.
んだよ。全部消え失せろ。
Oh, I kind of went overboard. At least the test was completed, and the recording should have been uploaded as well. Alright, I promise I'll fix you once I get the time.
大したことねえ。別に褒められるようなことじゃ。
Cute. The tests on the new frame are over quickly. The new frame, Sire, has been proven, Skyer maybe, has been proven to operate adequately in low gravity. Good job. The results are better than what we expected, Cardina. It's over already? I was just getting started. Enough. Are you planning to break the moon apart? What do you say, Karen? This frame is doing alright, isn't it? Karenina gives Collins a sidelong glance, loathing to answer the man walking toward her with his arms extended. It's you again. You certainly look like you've got nothing to do. Ah, my looks can be deceiving. You have no idea how much I care about this frame's performance. I don't know how you did it, but it certainly performs better than the other regular models. Construct tech hasn't stopped advancing after all. The field has been expanding like bread dough, rising ever since your grandfather, Dr. Callan, established its foundation. Karenina is surprised to hear her grandfather's name from Collins. Hey, do you know Grandpa? Karenina's grandfather never told her about his past. She only learned about some of it through various documents and files. But she has a feeling that some key information has been scrapped from each of these files, as if someone has been intentionally hiding Calon's past. So, Dr. Calon didn't tell his granddaughter anything for real. What a madman, wasting that genius brain of his. Everyone in the slums where Karenina grew up treated the oddly behaving Calon as a madman, but he never seemed to mind. Don't forget the value of life. I also heard him say that quite a lot. As a researcher of the construct experiment, he was certainly an odd fella even before he went cuckoo. But that was precisely why he was one of the few people I respected. How nice it would be if he were still here today with us. Collins looks like he's about to cry before suddenly smacking his forehead excitedly as if he has recalled something. Right! Let me show you Dr. Collins' lab. Mr. Collins, the lab. Collins waves his hand and stops Yarha from continuing. Grandpa was here on the lunar base? Haha. Rather, over half of this lunar base was built for Dr. Calon and his construct experiments. Let's quietly remind Collins how dangerous he is acting. Are you sure about telling them our biggest secret? It's going to mess up all of our plans. It's fine. The cat would be out of the bag sooner or later if our wish were to come true. If they can help us unlock that mysterious treasure trove quicker, nothing else matters. Collins starts moving without waiting for anyone. Karenina hesitates for 1 second before deciding to follow, only to find Teddy holding on to her wrist. Hey, don't you find these people suspicious? Suspicious as hell. But I think it's true that they know something about Grandpa that even Babylonia doesn't know. Not that I care about his past, but I guess I couldn't stay away from any opportunity to know more about him. He's my only family after all. I don't expect a rich girl from a big family like you to understand. Family. Forget it. I'll come with you. Teddy shakes her head and follows Collins alongside Karenina. Collins leads the two of them through several security checkpoints under careful inspection. Each checkpoint is guarded by a few construct soldiers, without squad designation. That's a lot of guards for one laboratory. Well, we have a baby angel in there we can't afford to let loose. I thought these folks can do much if she does intend to go. Collins does not explain further. After going through the last checkpoint, he opens the door to the construct laboratory. The dark environment almost devours whatever light comes through the door from the outside, leaving the ghostly blue light emitted by the device in the center of the room the only thing glowing. Hey, isn't that the Omega prototype we made? It is the Mega Omega weapon, requiring the 0-point reactor to keep running. Several times the size of its original design, it was built to test and observe the practicality of the Omega weapon. But as the blue light flashes, they see a pale young girl inside. Bounded, she looks to be at peace, as if she is sleeping. Luna. She's the first ascendant humans know about, the culprit of Babylonia's nearfall, and the first ascendant to approach humans directly. Luna! Almost instinctively, Karenina takes out her weapon and aims at Luna, but she is surprised to find all the guarding construct soldiers pointing their guns at her. What are you doing? Do you know what that is? Of course. Everything here is built for her. Collins casually gestures to the surrounding soldiers to lower their arms before stepping toward Luna, standing before her under the blue light, watching the girl with the light. Little Luna makes her return. Bull blah blah blah. Get out of my way. She's an ascendant, an enemy to all of humankind. Sure, ascendants can take lives. The punishing virus she wields can take lives. Collins grins and turns around, staring at Karenina fearlessly. But constructs can also take lives, and so can that hammer you wield. Ascendants aren't necessarily humanity's enemies, unlike being weak. Isn't that why we armed ourselves with science, changing the world? When the day we unlock the secrets of the Ascendants comes, granting us the power of the Ascension Network, those beings that once threatened humanity's existence will turn into the light that guides our evolution. Collins flicks his hand, and all the lights in the laboratory focus on where he stands. Like how I witnessed the development of constructs. This moon will witness the second time humanity evolves, the moment we become ascendants. Turning humans into ascendants? Did you hurt your head? I was there when Luna was born. I know what happened in City 75. What she did was akin to sacrificing herself. Doesn't that prove that humans and ascendants aren't really that different? Eternal life, unlimited power. We don't need to fear the punishing virus anymore. It will be ours to command. Of course, that's the ideal outcome. Right now, all we can do is use this Mega Omega weapon as insurance when we wake Luna and ask her about what we couldn't find with technological means. The secrets of the ascent. Collins might be mad, but he is not a fool. His grandiose vision is not built on a shaky foundation. Even if Luna wants to escape, this cage can absorb the punishing virus to cripple or even kill her. But without 0-point energy, this cage is nothing but a pretty vase. That's why you need us to restart the 0-point reactor. Clearly, that is what you're truly after. But there's no way the Parliament would approve it. Where the hell are you guys? Collins laughs wildly, slowly walking toward the center of the laboratory. Ha 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 ha! We're the oldest madmen in human history. You might have heard of the name we used to call ourselves. Kurono. Kurono. Oh no, Kurono. Zero rest. 0-point energy was once the ultimate vision of the future for the people in the Golden Age. Everyone knew about it. Everyone was staring at it. However, the development of zero-point energy was always a mystery. The only foundation of all its research was that it existed. Excuse me. Even experts in the energy sector could only start with trial and error. After countless failures, almost all the researchers in the laboratory have lost patience, their spirits broken. Frustration fills every corner of the room. Only one small figure stands before everyone else, boldly but carefully forming different solutions, hoping to recreate what happened to the Atlantis reactor as recorded in the Omega file. Right. The number of virtual particles detected is normal, which means it's probably the conditions for the output not being able to sustain. Blank. It's still not working. Karenina. Still looking energetic, going. I'm glad you're used to it. It pisses me off every time I see her all energized while I'm dead tired. But I suppose a fool who won't quit is the only one who deserves to witness success firsthand. Teddy dusts off the dirt from her clothes, having been resting on the floor, and stretches before standing up and operating on the terminal. Hey, you there. Go get a reading of the pressure inside the vacuum chamber, and bring me another metal pipe. Smash the last one. Huh. That lady there doesn't care who you are once she's in work mode. That coronal researcher takes a look at Yarha. Although Yarha's role as research director is only nominal, the researchers still technically answer to him. We're all after the same thing here. Do as Karenina says. Unlike its mysterious and elitist image, scientific researchers are boring and fruitless 80% of the time. The celebrated successes are the results of tens of thousands of repeated experiments. Karenina's grandfather had been doing all kinds of ridiculous experiments since she was young. Occasionally, most of the time, they ended in failure. But sometimes, very, very rarely, after an alarming explosion, she would find Kalon covered in soot, grinning and showing his perfect white teeth, walking out the door with a piece of coal in his hands. The young Karenina would carefully hold her grandfather's hands, wiping off the topmost layer of dirt to reveal the glistening diamond hiding inside. Stop! 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 Nobody moves! Having started working again for who knows how long, the researchers are all startled by Karenina's sudden shout, stopping their work immediately. Karenina is staring at a pencil on her desk until it slowly floats in the air. Even with only 1/6 of Earth's gravity, a pencil would not have levitated on the lunar surface out of nowhere. Teddy, take this down. This is it. Alright. I'm recording it. What is this, Karenina? I hooked up the zero-point reactor with the original engine as its most susceptible detector. The zero-point reactor in the lunar base was created as the power source for Babylonia, driving the space-traveling gravitational wave engine. This engine was designed for zero-point energy, and zero-point energy only. Other energy sources wouldn't work, so it was left here with the reactor. But that also means it will turn on with the slightest hint of zero-point energy, like this. Karenina nods, motioning Teddy to enter the final commands, with a crystal clear ding echoing in the laboratory. Everyone and everything in the room is suddenly floating in the air, as if they are in actual space. Does that mean we've succeeded? Although the engine can only run at 50% of what it can theoretically do this way, without a doubt, the zero-point reactor has restarted. All the researchers cannot help but cheer. Whether they are from Corona or the engineering force, everyone floating is high-fiving and celebrating with the people around them. Perhaps only now, laughing freely in the absence of gravity, can these people ignore each other's beliefs and fashions to enjoy this technological breakdown as scientific researchers. Teddy cannot help but grin either. But her smile quickly fades, as she knows there is a bigger question awaiting them after the zero-point reactor restarts. Finally. Do I look alright? Should I put on something decent? You're fine. Despite Litz's answers, Collins still straightens up his tie and cuffs patiently. Collins, the Mega Omega weapon has been connected to a 0-point energy resource. God, is the 0-point reactor running properly? Karenina watches the Omega weapon glowing blue upon receiving 0-point energy. Right now, it's only in standby mode. More proper than any of you. Haha, that's good enough for me. By the way, didn't you refuse to work with us originally? The Cosmos Technician Union might be neutral, but it doesn't mean we're planning to work with Corona. Cosmos Technician Union's neutrality is part of why the Parliament has chosen Karenina to help Corona after they agreed to work together. We're helping you restart the 0-point reactor only because we need it to produce the Omega weapon the surface desperately needs right now. Don't even think about it. Don't overthink it. But hetero creatures and corrupted won't sit and wait for the Omega weapon to attack. Humanity needs a more decisive breakthrough to turn things around. Collins sends a file to Karenina's terminal. It is the latest project the Parliament and Corona have agreed to work on together. A new specialized frame. In that case, the Omega weapon can indeed be fully utilized. The base model is made from the data of an agent. Karenina glances at the sleeping Luna. Lit by the soft blue light, Luna's youthful face is the furthest thing Karenina would associate with what Luna is. An agent, the highest form of Ascendant. Even though the model we built from Luna's data performed better than regular constructs, it couldn't achieve what the new specialized frame would require to absorb the punishing virus. Blank. Swear word. No wonder you gave me that model. You were looking for more data, weren't you? Huh. You think you can think what you want. I just want you to understand that even the smallest treasure we take from that treasure trove is enough to make such an impact. Collins gives Karenina a pat on her shoulder, revealing his usual malicious grin. As a researcher yourself, aren't you curious about what other secrets are hidden in that trove? Collins nods at Yarha. Excuse me. And the energy pulse device connected to Luna begins to work, injecting her with energy. The pale Ascendant slowly opens her eyes under everyone's watchful gaze. People have their hands on their weapons. Even knowing that the Omega weapon is there, they are still frightened by Luna. Collins looks at Luna expectantly, hoping she will react. But Luna just looks at everyone there calmly and remains silent. Luna, that's your name, isn't it? Do you remember me? I witnessed your birth on that day, transforming from that lowly corrupted to the saintly angelic being you are. I've been hoping to meet you again ever since. Luna is still expressionless, but her gaze seems to have shifted slightly. So it was you who turned me into a corrupted? Of course not. You were an accident. Or should I say a necessary sacrifice? Dr. Collins' research had greatly increased the construct tech's chance of success, but it still had flaws. A necessary sacrifice. So, you saw that as an accident, huh? Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Luna tries to connect to the Ascension network to no avail, as she is expected. She has probably been deemed a threat to the network after her actions in City 75. But the punishing virus within her has not overtaken her and turned her into a corrupted, which means she's still an Ascendant for some reason, which surprises her. Perhaps you're hoping to obtain something from me, humans? But I'm sorry to tell you that I'm no different to your constructs right now. All I have left is the power to draw in the punishing virus. Luna raises her bounded right hand slightly. A dark scarlet light flashes in her palm, causing all the soldiers to raise their weapons. There is no punishing virus here. Luna is astounded to find that there is almost no punishing virus in the atmosphere, except for what is inside her. Don't be rash. We're on the moon right now. There's no virus for your ascendants to absorb. And if you try to run, the Omega weapon behind you will activate and destroy all viruses in you in one swoop. I don't plan to run. The person you call Luna is dead. There's no place for me to return to. Luna glimpses at the Omega weapon behind her, not showing much interest before closing her eyes again. Humans are already capable of making something like this. But it's pointless. Humanity's end is destined. At City 75, Luna chose to oppose the Ascension Network, siding with her sister and the human her sister trusted, despite being humanity's enemy. And now, Luna has nowhere to run, or nowhere to return as an outcast. But struggle all you want like that person, humans. Luna's final words might be uncaring, but it does not sound hostile at all. If anything, there seems to be the faintest hint of hope. Oh, it splits off into two. 05. Gazing into the night. Yarha is adjusting the data on his terminal in the dimly lit construct laboratory. Projected before him is the holoscreen. In the holoscreen is a white-colored construct slowly taking shape. Ever since he took the assignment to design the new specialized frame, Yarha has had to stay in this room. Even with how focused Yarha is, the slightest breeze or movement around him makes him double-check his surroundings before returning to work. Whew, it's alright. Just dropped the pen. He is clearly scared of the girl in the center of the laboratory, the Ascendant Luna. Although he does not know much about Ascendants, even the mad scientists of Corona consider them to be extremely dangerous. For no particular reason, he recalls the other white construct who startled him in the past during the first test. Damn it. I really should stay away from anything white next time. His gaze lands on the unfinished white construct in his terminal, and he sighs. Guess I'll leave Corona after completing this frame. Hey. Arg. Arg. Right as Yarha is about to dive back into his work, he is startled by a greeting from behind, so much so that it makes him toss his terminal away involuntarily. Luckily, the flying terminal gently lands on the ground, and Yarha is reminded of the moon's lower gravity. Seeing his terminal is still intact, Yarha finally has time to check who greeted him, and finds Karenina standing there. Karenina, why are you here? Karenina picks up the terminal for Yarha, and she notices the frame on the screen. Hey, is this the design for the new specialized frame? Yeah, it's not too different from what we planned. With the data we got from this agent, the frame can absorb the punishing virus in a larger area before eliminating it with the Omega weapon inside. I thought you people from Corona would have kept this secret. Given that the gods let you in, it means Gollins is fine with whatever you do. So it seems so. After all, he needs us to maintain this Omega weapon. There doesn't seem to be a reason to turn it off. Ever since Luna woke up, she has not put up any resistance despite her indifference, providing Yarha with the data he needs for the new specialized frame. No! There are still plenty of reasons. Please make sure it's working properly, Karenina. All his fear is the fear of the unknown. No one knows when the gentle girl before them will turn into a bloodthirsty monster. Seriously, why did you take this job if you're so afraid? Because the person using this frame is someone I knew. I want to do my best for her. Right, you might know her too. Yarha opens the list of testers for the new specialized frame, and the first and only person on it is none other than Liv of Grey Raven. live? I thought the Grey Ravens were still on the surface. When was she? They're trying to get Liv and her Commandant back to Babylonia so they can perform adaptation on her while treating that Commandant. Liv will need to connect to her Commandant when she switches her frame. But if Commandant doesn't wake up in time, Karina remembers from previous files that without a Commandant with high adaptability to stabilize the mind of the new specialized frame, the user of the new specialized frame will suffer from unknown mind illnesses and die in 3 hours at the latest. Liv. Does she know about that? Yarha nods solemnly, answering Karina's question. For the people with her, for the entire humankind, she still chooses to become this necessary sacrifice. She hasn't changed at all, not hesitating to put others before herself. Yarha takes out a small bullet shell from his pocket. Once a symbol of his cowardice, and now gives him courage. So I'm going to do my best to help. After all, it's rare to work on something righteous like this in Korono. Yarha scratches his head as he closes his terminal before leaving Karina behind, telling her he needs to submit some reports to data analytics. No wonder his name was so familiar to me. The moment that it said like he pulled out a little like bullet shell casing or whatever the hell, I was like, oh, I remember you now. You were from the interlude. I knew the name was so familiar, but I just couldn't think. Or couldn't remember. Is that a necessary sacrifice? Karina knows that no one wants to sacrifice anyone willingly, but there's no other way. We cannot help it. Humanity is simply facing an impossible choice. If it were not Liv, it would have been Lucia, Bianca, the Grey Raven Commandant, or even Karina herself. Still, Karina cannot help but think that this sacrifice is her fault, or the fault of humankind. They are weak. They have been weak, so they need to sacrifice someone in exchange for hope. Humans have always been like this. There has never been progress without sacrifice. Karina almost forgets that there is still a frightening presence in this laboratory. She looks up at the speaking Luna, enveloped in dim blue light. The girl in white looks ethereal. Countless humans stand at the crossroad of choice, sacrificing the fate of few, surviving due to the science built upon absolute rationality. You are also one of those few sacrificed in the name of science, aren't you? Karina remembers what Colin said. Luna only became corrupted because the construct technology back then was flawed. Karina's grandfather was the one responsible for the theories on construct tech. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Like what that man said, I was simply unfortunate. Perhaps Luna does not care about what will happen to her anymore. Be it an unjust fate or the consequences of her actions. Luna cannot go back, choose another path. But what does that mean to you? The culmination of absolute rationality is now in the palm of your hand. Can it bring hope without requiring sacrifices? When Karenina was very young, living in the slums where hunger and death stained the air, she also tried to be a well-mannered child and fit in with others. No matter how hard she tried, however, it always ended in a fight. Karenina used to wonder about the similarities between her and science, if its developments and her constant brawls were actually a curse of destruction, destroying nature, the earth, and eventually themselves. Karen, look, it's a full moon tonight. It's been exactly 29 days and 12 hours since the last one. No, it's 29 days, 12 hours, and 43 minutes. You got so mad when I didn't remember the exact time, Grandpa. Is it? Haha, I've forgotten. But it's no matter. Karen can remember what I forgot, can't you? Alright, let me tell you about the stories with the moon and the rabbits before I forget. Once there was a bunch of happy rabbits. Grandpa, why aren't you mad? I had a fight with someone again today. Is fighting other people fun for you, Karen? fighting. Hurts where I got hit. My fist hurts when I punch. I can't hold back even knowing that. They say I only know how to fight and destroy. And I'm just as mad as you. How boring. Let's look at the moon instead. It's way more interesting. Alright, pop quiz. Do you know how the moon was formed, Karen? The moon. Wasn't it always there? Of course not. Once upon a time, a giant meteor crashed with the Earth and poof, a massive chunk of the Earth got separated before becoming the moon. So, the land we're standing on was once connected to the moon up there. Aha, you got it. You got that right. There would be no moon without destruction. Isn't that something? So destruction itself isn't inherently a bad thing, you see. And it's not just the moon. The theory says that the universe was just a lifeless singularity before it exploded and created everything beautiful. So the greatest power of all is actually explosions. Oh, I see. Alright, on to the next question. Hold on, Grandpa, I'm not ready. Scientific discoveries always accompany uncertainties. Perhaps like the development of zero-point reactor or zero-point energy, it will bring about endless disasters and create many necessary sacrifices. Like you. Carenia smiles, meeting Luna's gaze. Perhaps we aren't strong enough yet, and our best researchers are as naive as the children who wonder about the moon. But the knowledge we amass is not for nothing. One day, we will transform science's destructive power into a new hope. Luna cannot help but smile. This is the first time she feels human to Karenina. Unwilling to give up hope. You're as stubborn as my sister. Lucia and the others are still fighting on the surface. I'm not going to lose them. The warrior's battle is coming to an end, but the engineer's fight is just about to start. Alright, give me a second here. I'm just gonna go to the washroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. Just to let you know right now. Oh man, I'm like slowly, like bit by bit dozing off here. Ugh. Not, and don't be misunderstood. It's not because the story is boring or anything. Just man, I had a late night last night. So I'm having a bit of a time here trying to keep awake. Ugh. So I just went to splash some cold water in my face. Okay. Six. Always in character. We're just gonna go in the order of like the numbers here. So we went through 5, so we'll go through 6. What's this one anyway? See you later or not? Alright, always in character. Oh shit, it's Roland. Who can doubt that in times to come, when the true history of my famous deeds comes to light, the wise man who compiles them, when he begins to recount my first sally so early in the day, will write in this manner. No sooner had Rubicund Apollo spread over the face of the wide and spacious earth the golden strands of his beauteous hair. No sooner had diminutive and bright-hued birds with dulcet tongues greeted in sweet, mellifluous harmony the advent of rosy dawn. That's a lot of words I've had to say for the first time. Christ. Who, forsaking the soft couch of her zealous consort, revealed herself to mortals through the doors and balconies of the Manchegan horizon, then the famous night. Flipping the page, he finds the rest of the notebook blank, the rough pencil marks coming to an end. The fate of the notebook's owner is unknown, much like the rest of the story transcribed. Roland turns around and looks at the scorched earth behind him. Perhaps a group of hetero creatures or some powerful corrupted swept across this crimson land, destroying everything but this small notebook. Finding a burnt tree trunk, Roland sits down and tears off a piece of blank paper from the book. After some thought, he quietly places a small object above the paper before folding it. A girl walks out of the shadow, curious about how Roland keeps folding the paper in his hand. What are you doing? Roland smiles and gives the paper one final press before standing it up on a burnt branch in front of him. It is an origami rabbit. Can't you tell? It's a rabbit. Do you know what a rabbit is? Cinderella looks at the paper bunny and frowns. I know what it is, but is this a rabbit? I think I did a pretty good job. It's small and wide with big ears and long ears. Isn't it adorable? Adorable. How can a creature so weak be adorable? I don't understand why you made it. Roland stands up from his tree trunk and stretches. Maybe I was bored. Cinderella has no idea what the man before him is thinking, but she does not need to know. It was Mr.'s idea to keep him with them, and Mr. is never wrong. Mr. is looking for you. Come, he told me it's your reward. Roland's gaze shifts just a little bit, his expression remaining the same, as if he is performing the role he has always been playing with ease. Someone whose thought is inscrutable. Oh, well then, I should probably go and claim it quickly. Following Cinderella, Roland takes one last look at the origami rabbit on the bench before he departs this wasteland, and he retracts his mocking smile. I'm counting on you, Lady White Rabbit. Mister, I brought him here. The man facing away from Cinderella is looking at the night sky, seemingly deep in thought. Hearing her, he nods and turns around. Hello, Mr. Vonnegut. It seems like you haven't forgotten our deal. Of course not. A fair exchange is key to any partnership. The work has earned you your reward. Roland smiles and gives Vonnegut a gentleman's bow. Don't mention it. It was what I do best. Still, I can't help but wonder about the two monsters created by the hetero hive mother. It took so much effort, but Babylonia's new weapons seems to have kept them at bay. That is arguably the best answer humans can come up with, given how desperate they are. After all, they do possess an ace up their sleeves. Vonnegut looks at Roland, awaiting his reaction. Huh, so they do have Luna with them. That would explain why they didn't kill her. The secrets one can learn from an agent are too valuable. But they certainly haven't learned all of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have created that imperfect construct. But the more they learn, the closer they are to their demise. Roland shrugs, unconcerned. He leans on a random tree that looks steady enough, asking the question he cares about the most while pretending to be indifferent. So, my dearest Luna, where is she? Vonnegut seems to have expected Roland's question, and he has an answer prepared. Luna is kept by humans in a place we can see but cannot touch. What is that? A riddle? I wasn't expecting you to make it difficult for me. Wait a minute. Roland quickly realizes that what Vonnegut said was not a riddle, but a fact. A fact Roland sees every day but ignores. Roland looks to the sky. The moon shines, casting light on his face. The moon. Luna is on the moon. Pleased, Vonnegut nods and turns his gaze toward the moon as well. She is currently locked inside Babylonia's lunar base. It was once a research center for Babylonia's main engine. And now, people have restarted the zero-point reactor there, using it to create the Omega weapons that are lethal to the punishing virus. Roland rubs his chin and ponders. He glances towards Cinderella on the side and smirks, having come up with an idea. I don't know how you found out about this information, and I have no way to prove it. If you say Luna was under the Mariana Trench, I wouldn't be able to go there either. Isn't that right? Mister won't lie to you. If he says she's on the moon, then Luna is on the moon. As for how you get there, Cinderella takes a look at Vonnegut, and he nods in return. Buddha, maybe you should explain. Right as he says that, a large shadow shrouds the three of them above their heads. The figure who eventually lands is the transcendent Voodoo. Transcendent? Loki found an abandoned city 20 kilometers to the east where quite many Babylonian soldiers were gathering. After catching a soldier to investigate, played with him until he spilled his secret, the blood. Voodoo's voice suddenly becomes metallic and sharp. There seems to be some form of personality breakdown due to the mind defect of a humanoid hybrid construct. There is an intact space shuttle underneath the ruins of that city. Those people are trying to board it to return to Babylonia. I believe that model is capable of traveling to the moon. I see. If we can get to the ship first, we can easily go for a joyride to the moon. Vonnegut turns back toward Roland. Roland cannot tell how Vonnegut feels underneath his mask. Luna is currently blocked by the Ascension Network. She has lost the power of an agent, but not her status as one. It is a most peculiar situation. Her survival has certainly given humans an opportunity to cheat, which would hinder the Ascension Network, which is why I want you to rescue Luna from the humans, and if she can't be saved. Vonnegut nods at Cinderella, signaling her to take out the prepared sealed case. Luna cannot be allowed to exist. Not her body, not her mind, not even the idea of her. Jeez. Roland takes the case and opens it. Inside, he finds a container that is filled with crimson liquid, a slice of constantly mutating pale flesh submerged within. This is the remaining stem cell of the hetero-hive mother who birthed the twins. It can grow infinitely by devouring all kinds of matter and energy. An unexpected byproduct, I'd say. It's not very intelligent. But it can tell friends from foes when controlled. That's good enough. Do you want me to use this thing to remove Luna? You're correct. When you believe you cannot save her, or Vonnegut golden pupils stare straight at Roland as he stresses his remaining words. We believe Luna, as an agent, is no longer worth saving. Roland chuckles, putting the container back inside before holding the case. When do I leave then? Roland asks Vonnegut, pretending to sound casual. But he is surprised to find Voodoo answering him. Not I, we. Oh geez, both of them going there? The white origami rabbit stands out in its charred surroundings. A hand gently lifts and carefully unfolds it, revealing the microscopic vessel of an encrypted message inside the paper. Alpha. The message is quickly read through. The vessel is then gently crushed by the hand, becoming one with the ashes on the ground. She glances in the direction where the somewhat fresh footprints disappear before making her way east in haste. Roland putting that theater degree to good use. I know. He's slick. He's sly. I like him. Meanwhile, the unfolded origami is placed back onto the branch. It's formed once again a rabbit. But perhaps the folds will never look as they once were. Ooh. See you later. Or not? Or not? Question mark? It's like a freaking YouTube video title. Knock, knock. Who's there? Someone is knocking on the door to the bedroom in the dead of night, albeit very gently, as if trying not to startle the people inside the room. Not getting any response, a girl with black hair pokes her head from behind the door. Lucia? Not expecting to get discovered, the girl looks at her mother, her large eyes blinking. Did I wake you, Mom? Lucia's mother simply smiles and waves at her. Come on in. Look at you all sneaky, like you're about to steal some snacks. Embarrassed, Lucia walks in with a picture book in her hands. Do you want a bedtime story? Come on then. Lucia nods eagerly before quickly walking toward her mother, only to stop halfway through. What's wrong? My Lucia is getting shy. Lucia shakes her head and points at her mother's growing belly. Her mother is pregnant. Dad said the baby inside you is very fragile. I don't want to get too close. That's alright. Maybe the baby wants a story too. Really? Lucia smiles again, carefully approaching her mother and handing her the book. Seeing how funny Lucia looks, being both scared and curious, Lucia's mother grabs her daughter's hand and places it on her belly. The gentle movement inside her mother can be felt with her hand. For the first time, the young Lucia truly feels the existence of life. Mom, something's moving. It's moving. Mother smiles, holding up the picture book before frowning. Huh? The story with the moon and the rabbits again? Haven't you heard it enough times from your dad already? But the baby hasn't heard it before. Lucia's mother pats Lucia on her head, recalling how Lucia was once a fragile life inside her not too long ago. Now, here her daughter is, starting a life of her own in this world. You really like this story, don't you? How about we name the baby Luna, like the moon, if the baby is a girl? Does the moon have a name too? It does. People always name the things that are important to them. Do you like that name, Lucia? Luna. Luna. Lucia recites the name silently over and over again. You're going to be a sister, whether the baby's a girl or a boy. You have to protect them and be their role model, okay? You have to walk on the right path and be a good person. Lucia nods solemnly, accepting her duty and her title as a sister, even if she does not completely understand her mother's words. Aww, cute. Luna, stay here. I'll protect you. I'll never leave you, no matter what you've become. I'll still stand with Commandant and Grey Raven. I will find the answer I am looking for. So, Luna? Luna slowly opens her eyes. She thinks she just had a dream, but she does not remember what it was about. It has been a very long time since she last dreamt. Now awake, she finds herself still inside this dimly lit laboratory. As her memories return, she remembers that she is but a walking dead, imprisoned on the moon. Someone is moving. She has gotten used to the many technicians being around her and doing all kinds of tests and experiments. But there is only one person today. Hey there. Finding Luna waking up, Karenina casually greets the caged girl before returning to her work. She is going through the power nodes of the Omega weapon one by one, inspecting them and taking out the specialized parts from within, replacing them with regular components. Noticing Luna's gaze, Karenina shakes the tools in her hands. I'm swapping them with regular parts so the Corona people can still repair their Omega weapon even when they don't know how it works. Won't affect its structure and power though, so don't even think about escaping. I'm going to try to conceal as much of the Omega weapon's technology and data as possible in case the Corona people find out about them in the future. Not that I think this can keep them away for long. And I thought you were working together. It is human nature to be mistrustful, I suppose. Even trusting those madmen once is too much for me. I don't want anything to do with them in the future. Karenina hesitates for a second before deciding to continue. The fight on the surface is over for now. My job here is done. I'll be back on Babylonia tomorrow. Luna takes a look at Karenina, seemingly unsurprised. She has guessed so from what Karenina said. Is that so? Given how relaxed you look, I reckon the humans have survived another calamity. They have indeed. Sorry to disappoint you. The new specialized frame we built with the information we got from you made it in time. Liv tore through the battlefield with a ray of light, saving everyone on the surface. Karenina bites her lips without realizing it, chuckling wryly. Still, it was a pyrrhic victory. More people were killed by the hetero creatures, and more homes flooded by the red tide. Regardless, we have kept a spark to fight back at the very least. The power that we created, the science that science created, has saved everyone for once. The task force took the largest hit, but everyone has survived, even the Grey Ravens, who were the most injured. Grey Raven. That is the team that Lucia, her other sister in Babylonia, and the commandant who dragged her from the polyphage belonged to. Lucia is still alive, and she saved a lot of people. Luna knows more than anyone how weak humans are, so she is even more surprised to witness their strength time and time again. Even after all the despair she's been through, Lucia is still fighting for hope. Of course she is. Karenina fixes the last component before stretching her arms. Lucia is strong. I know it better than most as her true rival. As long as someone believes in her, she will stand and defy any kind of fate. I'm impressed by her, but I also want to surpass and defeat her. Perhaps I couldn't do it before, but much like humanity's battle with the punishing virus, no one loses forever. Ungrounded confidence and unfounded convictions. Luna would have easily torn apart Karenina's fantasy with the calculations she got from the Ascension Network. But Luna is just an empty shell of conflicts now. She has no direction, no beliefs, and no future. Yet she still has a yearning. Had the girl named Luna not been born into this world, Lucia would not have gotten hurt protecting her sister. She would have had a different future. Karenina watches Luna silently and speaks softly as if she has read Luna's thoughts. Information regarding agents is highly classified. Whether in Corona or Babylonia, your existence will never be known, I suppose. No one will know what has happened here. Not even Lucia. I see. I don't think the name Luna needs to exist anywhere anymore. Luna smiles gently without realizing it, as if what she just said was the best news she could have hoped for. I don't think I'll see you again, but still. See you. See you. The laboratory returns to silence after Karenina is gone. Luna closes her eyes once again. Perhaps time would pass more quickly in her dreams, thought the undying agent. Lucia. Battle node. Ceaseless Maniac. Who are we playing as? Roland. Hey, are you sure this is the way? And why aren't you flying me there if you have wings? Roland slows down and sighs, complaining intentionally. He has to figure out a way to stall and get rid of the woman before him. Fine by me, as long as you're not worried about falling from the sky and turning into a piece of junk. Come on, I'm your comrade, am I not? Is that how you treat your comrades? Concerning. Boy, you're not one of us. You stay around, mister, because of your own agenda. We've never considered you as our comrade. Why do you insist on fighting that agent? She has lost all her power. She should be she should be worth nothing to you. Roland smiles. From Voodoo's inept probing, he is sure that this woman here is to keep an eye on him instead of accompanying him. Her acting still has a long way to go. Luna lost her power, but not her status as an agent, which means Asnat hasn't completely rejected her. If I can find her, perhaps I can find a way to obtain that status from her. There it is. The perfect lie is always an ounce of falsehood enshrouded in truth. Now he just needs to find out if Voodoo will be convinced. You? Madness. More so than us. Is it now? At least, I think it's a decent goal to aim for. Otherwise, there's no fun in staying alive. Voodoo suddenly stops, and Roland also pauses. Did she find out? No. We're here. It's underneath this ruin. Roland observes his surroundings quietly. Nothing is out of the ordinary. That said, there were plenty of opportunities on their way here for Voodoo to strike had she wanted. Finally. What a terrible journey that has been. We would have been here sooner had you not been complaining. Roland shrugs dramatically before following Voodoo into the ruins. Warning! Warning! The base has been breached. Everyone on alert. Attempting to identify the invader. An ascendant. Oh, I'm sorry, Construct. Damn Ascendant. Oh, it's a Coronal Construct. Dead. What a boring cliche. POV? My god. Ascendants come to unleash destruction. What were you expecting? Bleh. Fortunately, this is not the climax. I bet this is a prologue. Someone's down already. I didn't even open fire. Is the theater crew out of funds? It's like a party up ahead. Why didn't I get invited? Halt! Don't come any closer, Ascendant. Taking your dog for a walk, I see. It feels like we've been surrounded. Everyone take care of the man in front first. Think I can so easily be trapped? That won't do. How can a knight tolerate being underestimated? It's like all the performers are finally here. In this case, I need to break a sweat as well. If you're not one of the elite teams, yeah. Oh god, I forgot how to play this guy. Zeraphym. Okay, never mind. I remember now. One day you're just working and the next a guy comes in shooting fire at you just for no reason. Looks like I underestimated you. It's hard for an actor to get excited about such a boring play. Minding your own business, ascendants come up, you're dead. Just when you thought you're safe. Wave after wave. Don't let the ascendant get to the ship. We need to stop him at all costs. Is a masterpiece of a male character. Yeah, Roland's great. Such pedestrian battles, only serving to put the audience to sleep in their seats. Climax!
どこへ逃げるつもり？痛いな。どこへ逃げるつもり？
He has a really interesting, like his gameplay is so interesting. One of, phew, I think I broke a little sweat. It's just the prologue, but it feels too long-winded. Ooh. Ah, what a truly unexpected guest. What brought you here, Alpha? Looks like you were getting along with your new comrade, Roland. About time you showed up, Roland. Our plan's up. Owen's been following. I advise you not to act rashly, Roland. If she's taken care of, you're next.
これで終幕。この茶番劇、楽しめた？
Oh, there are three. This is much worse. I didn't sign up for this, man. Take me back to Babylonia. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead. I'll eat your pretty face. I'll write my name on your body with your vital fluid. Voodoo accelerates and climbs before retracting her wings mid-air, dashing toward Alpha. Sorry, I'm eating a grape. Right as she is about to hit the ground, her form shifts, and she extends her claws like a wolf, striking Alpha with her slashes. Mad dogs. Rajima? Should die in ditches. Mad dog? Alpha's katana blocks Voodoo's claws from the left, while her right foot charges, ready to send Voodoo flying in the next moment. Haha, die! The blade on Voodoo's tail has circled around Alpha without her noticing it, waiting for its chance to pierce her heart. The blade collides with metal, making a loud clash. Voodoo has killed many constructs this way. There is no way this will. Before Voodoo can see Alpha's vital fluid burst out of her chest, Alpha's foot connects with Voodoo's body, almost shattering everything underneath Voodoo's relatively fragile shell. Right before she is sent flying away, Voodoo finally catches a glimpse of Alpha's move. Alpha's mount module has used her sheath to block Voodoo's strike from behind. It turns out Voodoo's actions have never escaped Alpha's eyes. Had Voodoo not transformed back into her winged form in time to slow herself, she would have passed out from the force of the impact. Right as Alpha is about to go after Voodoo, a long metal chain catches her arm. Roland! Sorry, Alpha. I can't let you mess it up now, right now. Roland tries to fling Alpha off the platform with his chain blade, but she grabs a hold of the chain and pulls him to her instead. Now hug. In the split second the two meet, Alpha quickly whispers something into Roland's ear and stuffs something into his hands before grabbing his collar and tossing him toward Voodoo. Nice. Get out of my way. I won't let you hurt Luna. Roland slams into the ground, or so it seems. In fact, he is not injured at all. Roland, take the stem cell and start the ship. You must complete Mister's task. Voodoo stands between him and Alpha, not realizing that Roland has always been focusing on something else. Oh? What about you? She damaged my frame. Mister built me this frame. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. Alright, gotcha. I'll be on my way then. Good luck. Roland leaps backward, giving Alpha a casual smile at the last second. Voodoo coughs out the vital fluid from her stomach and growls like an animal, her claws scraping over the floor, sending sparks flying. In the blink of an eye, she is no longer where she was, leaving behind just a blur. Facing an enemy with incredible speed, Alpha chooses to stand still. She sheathes her katana slowly as her body shifts, lowering her center of gravity. As Voodoo accelerates, the sound her movement causes quiets down instead. The air does not have time to be disrupted before it is split apart by her speed. Silence remains between the two opponents. Alpha is certain that when the sound of her blade springing from her sheath breaks the silence, the brief flash of blade and wind will decide the fate of their fight. Now just imagine that as like a short animation. Holy. I just imagine like Voodoo zipping around the place, high speed, like when Ichigo from Bleach was just flash stepping all around Byakuya during their fight. Disastrous omen. Yeah, more battling. Fun. Oh, Luna's on the... Oh. All her equipment is packed. The 0-point reactor has restarted. The Omega weapons are entering production. The duty of the engineering force is complete, and it is time for Karenina and her team to leave the moon. Karenina takes a look at her workplace of the last month one last time. From an unknown site to the familiar space it is now, this place has been nothing but memorable. Alpha has lots of aura. You say aura, but I say spiritual pressure. We are not the same. No, I'm kidding. She really does, though. Alpha really does. A lot of the characters in this game do. What's wrong? Are you going to miss the play? Are you going to miss this place? What about requesting a transfer? I know a guy at the union who can pull some strings. You idiot. That's not it. Karenina simply cannot fathom how the scientists from the Golden Age managed to design and build this 0-point reactor from scratch. Even after all these years, this machine that carries humanity's dreams and hope is still equally moving. It might be a sentiment only engineers and makers hold. One day, we will invent something even more impressive than 0-point energy. It's not even nighttime and you're already dreaming. That's a good one. Before she knows it, Teddy also turns her gaze toward the 0-point reactor Karenina is staring at and reveals an unmistakable smile. But I suppose something like the 0-point reactor can only be designed by those who can't tell dreams from reality. Indeed, those past scientists are amazing, aren't they? A new voice suddenly appears beside them, startling both Teddy and Karenina. Dude, no one knew you were here. That happens a lot. Yaha coughs, hoping to lessen his embarrassment, but it does not work. Actually, Kurono sent me to see you off, and make sure you haven't taken something you shouldn't take, or left behind something you shouldn't leave behind. How tactfully phrased. This is the end of their partnership. No one can tell if they will become sworn enemies the next second. It wasn't up to me. Collins and the others returned to Babylonia after the new specialized frame was completed. I'm the only one left, so I have to play the bad guy. As you can tell, our captain has left nothing behind but a few words of bullblit. Oh, haven't you guys been monitoring us anyways? We have. At that moment, a chrono researcher appears and hands Yorha a report. Yarha, not Yorha. Yorha is near. Yarha. The power of the reactor is decreasing. He suddenly notices Karenina and the rest of the engineering force standing nearby. Then he turns to look at Yarha. Don't worry, it's going to take a few hours for the transport crafts to arrive. We can still be partners before that, right? Yarha looks at Karenina and Teddy with such hopefulness in his eyes that it honestly feels hard to reject them. Sorry, I'm exhausted, but I know a 0-point energy enthusiast who wouldn't mind helping. Teddy pushes Karenina forward while leaning in a corner, refusing to move. Blank you! Don't you make things up about me? But if there really is something wrong with the reactor, it's going to impact the production of the Omega weapon. She gonna take a look. You know you'll help, Karenina. Teddy waves goodbye gleefully as Karenina leaves with Yarha, but she has an odd feeling for some reason. I can't shake the feeling that something bad is about to happen. Well, now something bad is definitely gonna happen because you just said it. You literally willed it into existence, Teddy. Hang on, let me adjust. Stop! Don't arbitrarily change the parameters of the device without approval. Get out of my way. According to the schedule, you no longer have permission to access the reactor. If you know what's best for you, leave here as soon as possible. There's a power issue with the 0-point reactor. If I don't fix it in time, where's the text? It disappeared. Oh, I don't know what she said. The most important thing now is to restore power to the reactor. If you have any objections, go find Yarha. Engineering force grunt. Don't get all high and mighty on me. She has a giant hammer. You got nothing. Okay, you got a gun. He's got a water pistol. Weapons down, hands up. Step away from the control panel. You aren't authorized to be here. You don't want to violate our agreement, do you? Who has time for authorization at a time like this? Our agreement clearly states that in an emergency, I have the right to conduct temporary inspections of the 0-point reactor. If you're looking for a fight, I'm not one to be messed with. And at least it gives me a chance to test out my frame. Get a load of this. Damn. That's so fun. What the heck? I can't do it. That's fine. Resume checking the terminal. Pish. Something's wrong with the data. It's deviated too far from the presets. We'll be in a load of trouble if there is a critical issue. No, I need to check the reactor core once again. Karenina, stop what you're doing immediately. Keep resisting and we'll shoot you on sight. Damn it. Enough of the Corona scare tactics. The 0-point reactor is humanity's hope. I won't let it be destroyed. Just try and stop me. That's so fun. Alright. No response. Is it Corona? Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Corrupted construct. Oh no. Punishing. Even the moon isn't safe. Shit. Hang on, let me gather them up here. Come here, come here. Look, this one's spinning around. You okay? Or maybe this one's completely okay. No, that one's fine. That one's no issue. Now this one decides to fight me. There we go. Cute. Ooh, shit. Captain Clown. Okay. An enormous metallic object bursts through the dark clouds, ascending at incredible speed. On its shell is a symbol that proclaims it a spaceship from Babylonia. But there are no sailors manning the ship at the moment. A lone, posturing captain stands on its bow, confronting the hostile wind until his ship escapes the chains of gravity. I wasn't expecting to actually start the ship on my own. I guess the piloting skills I learned from my character back then haven't been completely forgotten. Was that the Venusian? Or was it Dragonfly? It's been too long. My memories aren't as reliable as they were. Roland keeps trying to remember, yet all he can recall is that he was not picked as the main character. He might have been a talented child actor, but he never could become the lead. Rip. Maybe he still cannot be. No one considers him someone worth paying attention to. Why should he care? But why should he care? Even without a script or rehearsals, the moment an actor steps onto the stage, he must embody his role. If I'm playing the brave knight, saving the damsel in distress today, I suppose this spaceship can be my steed? Not too shabby, I say. Roland takes out the container in his arms and holds it up, watching how the flesh preserved in the liquid keeps shifting its form. Unfortunately, they've cast me in a horror story instead of a fairy tale today. I'm the snake that feeds the princess her poisoned apple. No matter what genre we're doing, now is the story beat when someone comes and stops me, isn't it? As if responding to Roland's words, the hull of the spaceship shakes violently, and the alarms of its defense system go off in every corner of the ship. Alright. That's more like it. An emergency liftoff, the sudden appearance of monstrous creatures, a side character left all alone. There's nothing better than the pilot of a solid B movie. I'd watch it. Who knows where Roland was hiding in his chain? Where Roland was hiding his chain-bladed shotgun? He draws his weapons and prepares his stance, ready to face a rapidly descending hero creatures who just pulled them out of nowhere. That said, I don't think we're sticking to the plot, regarding who lives and dies in this story. There's bugs all over it. That text went by so quick I couldn't even get the chance to read it. Not even close. Oh, what the heck? Don't you know that the one that's way too quick. Oh, okay, don't target that one. Something about red tides, the red tide bubbles. What a mess. Gift. Wow, it's going by so quick. I can't read that. Someone's kid is interested in the show. Cast embryo. Come on. I love how theatric he is. They have things on the flash with all this text going by so quick. Oh, cute. I didn't notice that I had that. Oh god, what the heck? Can you tell that I don't normally play Roland? I don't even have him. I have a good understanding of his kit. Oh wow. That was a killing blow. This one Roland. There we go. Huh? Or what is it called again? Real-time maneuver. After 3 attacks, press the special orb. Yeah, that one I know. Like, if you do 1 basic attack, you can press the special orb. 2 basic attacks, special orb. 3 basic attacks, special orb. I know that. And I know that his red orb, it's like a 1 and then 2 for the red orb. And then 1, 2 blue, 1, 2 yellow. And then his ult, you can hit B for an attack, and then you can spam either red, blue, or yellow. When he dodges, you get access to a special orb. I know that stuff. It's actually quite easy to understand. Unless there's a lot more to his kit that I just have no idea about. Then if that's the case, then I just know the basics. Yeah. I only remember that from doing his little like tutorial thing from like Celica's class, whatever. I remember that. But when I first played it, when I played his Uniframe for the very first time, I was like, well, how do you play him? Not good at using Roland, knows every part of his kit. Well, that's the thing. It's a difference between knowledge and skill. There's a difference between knowledge and skill. I know his kit. I feel like I'm not playing him right. I don't know. I feel like there's more to his kit than just that. I'm just not aware of it. I don't know. Soon, all the remains of the hetero creatures are completely devoured by the monster in the container, without leaving a trace of the punishing virus behind. That was thorough. Roland juggles the container in his hand. The flesh inside does not look any different, even after devouring all the hetero creatures. Haha, were they not enough for you? The remaining hetero creatures have stopped pursuing, their flight capabilities seemingly reaching their limits. But their behavior suggests that they are actually afraid of the more capable monster in Roland's hand. Not only do they look like living organisms, but they are also even prioritizing survival, aren't they? It is a creature's instinct to fear death and aim to survive. But the more humanity's rationality develops, the more humans can control their primal instincts. That is why everyone's looking for a reason to live. He once believed that life and death are just that. If there can be no definite answers, simply dying is enough to be a beautiful curtain call for him. The ship begins to accelerate after disposing of the hetero creatures. Roland looks up at the moon in the distance. Will my answer be there? Staying with the girl with the white hair is his reason to live, or so he has presumptuously decided. As long as she chooses to keep going, he will do anything to help her without a second thought. But if even she, as an agent, has lost her reasons to live, is Luna worth saving? That is the question Vonnegut has left him. Roland takes out what Alpha gave him, a storage device as thin and light as a chip. It will crumple into dust with the gentlest force. He had a brother too, but that yearning was man-made. Not even his wits could tell if his feelings were genuine. Up until the last moment, he could not forget this character that only existed in the script. Roland retracts his self-deprecating smile, sitting right there on the bow. In his left hand is the storage device from Alpha. In his right hand is the container with the stem cell from Vonnegut. But no matter what we do, we are just side characters. Luna, only you can save yourself. Will it be death, or will it be life? And it all branches into one path. Mortal belief. Arg. You coward. I'm just kidding. Pop, pop. Half lying on the floor, Yarha draws his pistol and keeps shooting the corrupted before him, finally taking it down before he can reach him. What the hell? I'm not exactly a bad shot. Before he can feel too good about himself, a gush of wind erupts above him. A giant metal hammer sweeps 5 centimeters above his head, hitting the corrupted that sneaked up behind him, sending it flying. Are you hurt, Yarha? Didn't think you had it in you. I'm fine. I used to be a soldier after all. What he did not say was that Kyrenia swinging her hammer is way more dangerous than any corrupted. There are no sirens in this place. It's going to be very bad if you get infected. Before she could finish, the invert devices on her head suddenly stand, alerting her of an incoming corrupted. The claws of the corrupted are no match for Kyrenia's hammer, and it is quickly hurled away by her swing. The highly sensitive invert devices were created to detect the slightest hint of the punishing virus that could appear when they activated the 0-point engine. Now, they come in extremely handy. Still, what Kyrenia has done is only a drop in the bucket. More corrupted are gathering here, and Kyrenia can only watch, unable to attack in full force with all the delicate machines in the room. Hey, Teddy, can you hear me? Kyrenia's comms terminal has been scrambled all this time for some reason. Such a serious interference has never happened before. I hear you, I hear you. I had my headphones on. You almost ruptured my eardrums. Hold on. Why are there gunshots in the lab? Listen, there are a lot of corrupted here. I don't know how, but their number is increasing. Many models used to develop this new specialized frame have been infected, and they've turned into corrupted. Are you sure you're not dreaming? This is the moon. Where's the punishing virus coming from? What the hell would I know? Stop interrupting me and get here ASAP. I need people to move the wounded and stop the corrupted from spreading. Kyrenia kicks a fallen Corono soldier away from a corrupted attack before hammering the corrupted into the laboratory's wall with a backhand. Nice. People are hurt? People infected? No, not yet. Just the Corona people getting knocked out for now. Kyrenia refrains from telling Teddy that the Corona soldiers were knocked out by her. Otherwise, there will be a lot of questions and paperwork. Wait, what about you? I'm going to investigate where the virus is coming from. Such a large-scale infection can't happen out of nowhere. The disaster that destroyed the world is on everyone's mind. Could it be the 0-point reactor? But our inspection confirmed that there wasn't any punishing virus in the vacuum chamber when we started the reactor. Then there are only two possibilities. Either the source of the disaster had nothing to do with the 0-point reactors, or someone from Corona tampered with their inspection. Although Yarha does not seem to be in the know, but what about the others? That's why I'm going to investigate it. What exactly caused the punishing virus infection? Kyrenia's invert devices stand upright above her head, detecting the punishing virus in the air. As expected, a high concentration is detected further inside the reactor. Hey, are you going in alone? At least wait for us. The static-filled communication suddenly terminates. Kyrenia sighs before throwing the comms to Yarha, who has just stood back up. You heard it. Teddy and the others are coming to cover your retreat. You're going to investigate the reactor, aren't you, Kyrenia? Then you should take this. Taking the comms from Kyrenia, Yarha gives her a card as if giving her a return gift. The icon of Norman Mining Corp is printed on the card. I might be the research director in name only, but it still comes with the corresponding clearance. You should be able to make use of it. Are you sure? If this is all part of Corona's scheme, then helping Kyrenia will certainly make Yarha a traitor to Corona, seeing that he is one of them. This is an emergency. We do what we must, no matter the cost. You're the only one who can stop this now, Kyrenia. Kyrenia nods, as she ventures deeper into the reactor. Find the source of the corruption ASAP. As soon as possible. Oops. Wait for engineers to report the problem, Captain. Activating Minos cabin gravity system. System activated. Improve security measures. It's a puzzle. Oh god. Give me a brief. What? What is this? Artificial optimized blah, blah, blah. Unique movement indicator. Light indicates direction. What the heck? Okay. Left control. I see, okay. Ooh, there's corrupted everywhere. What is this? Power source. Oh shit.
おい気をつけろやーやっ
Just make them all. Just make all of them turn blue. Okay, thank you. Of course, red means bad. Let's see. It has to get 3. Anomaly detect. Whoa. Another malfunction? Reinforce it. Shit, what the hell? Ah. Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. That was certainly different.
やーどこ見てんだよ全部消え
FPS in my PGR game? What is this? This isn't the reason why I'm playing PGR. I'm uninstalling. Oh wait, did I not? Is there supposed to be? There's nothing back there. I guess it's in a different cabin. I didn't see anything back there, so. There's one. Wow, they shoot it's so quick.
おい気をつけろ
It's like I'm fighting riots all over again.
転換 ファースト無駄な抵抗だ
Okay. Ka-chonk. Nice. Now for 2. Oh, here we go again. Piece of cake. Look at the wording corrupted. Oh, controlling this with the keyboard is weird. Oh, he does a lot of damage. Cool. There we go. Now, gotta put that back to the way it was. Control 3. Time for the real hassle. Over there, the core of the 0-point reactor is right ahead. Punishing virus concentration keeps rising as Karenina moves forward. The mind boil-over alert from her friend constantly reminds her that the specially designed invert device has reached its limit without connecting to a commandant. But the increasing concentration only proves that she has come to the right place. Get the frick off. Karenina catches the last corruptor with her blast hammer and hurls it on the path toward the reactor core, knocking down another batch of swarming corrupted. She then leaps forward under the moon's low gravity, throwing herself along with her hammer like a bomb toward the opening she just created. Activating gravity control system. The built-in gravity control system exerts enormous pressure on Karenina's body, her feet almost drilling into the ground to neutralize the impact. All the corrupted around her are slammed onto the floor, their limbs twisting in strange directions. Last hammer, transform. Karenina's weapon transforms and eventually turns into a gravity cannon. It begins to make a high-pitched hum, a sign that gravitons are gathering near the muzzle. Now die! When launched, the compressed gravitons cause the nearby space to collapse. The gravity storm reduces everything around to pieces. The explosion has caused the entire tunnel to collapse, locking away the relentless punishing virus and the corrupted. Cough. Using the dust from the explosion as cover, Karenina rushes into the place where the reactor core is located. The array of reactors emits a blue glow, paying tribute to humanity's most glorious history like a giant gravestone. Traces of ominous red can be seen among the ghostly blue hue. Punishing virus. I knew it. The reactor core has the highest concentration. Karenia sees a figure wearing the outfit of a researcher behind an array. She quickly runs over. Hey, are you alright? She taps on his shoulder, only to find his body collapsing into dust. It was but a corpse that was dead long ago. There is no bacteria or insects on the moon. The decay of the body can only be attributed to the punishing virus. A large pile of paper full of formulae and data drops from the body's arms. Karenia carefully picks up a page, not expecting to see a familiar signature on it. Dr. Kalon. Why is Grandpa's name here? A thin device that was stuck between the paper falls out and flies quite far away. Karenia goes after it almost instinctively and grabs it. It is an old-fashioned cassette recorder that few have ever heard of. Even in the Golden Age, it would be considered a rare antique. A few corrupted that were hiding behind the array suddenly crawl up toward Karenia. With the array of reactors around, Karenia cannot fully deploy her weapon. She can only kick the nearest corrupted away. Why are corrupted here as well? Karenia suddenly notices that, even with how deformed these corrupted look, they were all clearly constructs. While these constructs models are not too different visually, there is one thing that distinguishes them from others. None of these constructs were manufactured recently. In fact, almost all of them are prototypes that never went through mass production. The zero-point reactor is like a time capsule that wraps the dead researchers and outdated prototypes in the past, along with the name of a genius. But as the reactor is activated again, time begins to flow, unveiling the secret within. What's the success rate of the construct experiment now? Count the simulated data as well. Dr. Kalon's rubbing his eyebrow between his eyebrows. He hasn't had a proper rest for a long time. 18.7%. That's already 1.4% higher than the last run. Don't try to make me feel better. Not even 20%. That means barely 1 of 5 can survive the operation. That's the necessary sacrifice. Dr. Kalon bit his lips hard. We could hardly imagine the pain he was suffering from those numbers. The failed cases could mostly be attributed to the part called invert device, which is supposed to help constructs withstand a certain level of punishing virus without turning into corrupted. Dr. Kalon seemed to have made up his mind. Trembling, he got up on his feet and walked to the center of the lab. Doctor. Everybody stop what you're doing. I have something very important to announce. Until now, we still don't understand how the invert device works, let alone get it ready for production. This will only get more people killed on the operating table and the battlefield. The science we're so proud of is killing people now. Still, I firmly believe in the necessity of constructs in the war against the punishing virus. We have to get it done, no matter what. Dr. Kalon sounded like a lecturer announcing the homework to his students. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the room was listening carefully. Our understanding of the invert device is limited to the very few words left by that genius mind. The virus has infected numerous research facilities. Most information was lost in the pandemic. We were hoping that we could also learn the theory and structure of the invert device from scratch, but reality proved us wrong. The most we could do was to replicate its structure. The technology within is still a black box to us. Dr. Kalon circled the receptor-shaped invert device on his whiteboard, then drew another arrow pointing to a name, punishing virus. Most importantly, this device would only work after we inject it with a certain dosage of punishing virus. Our hypothesis is the virus acts like some sort of antigen, but we have no clue how it works or how much dosage we should use. Many invert devices caused serious punishing virus infection after they were installed, turning their hosts into corrupted, forcing us to terminate them. We could easily get the virus on the ground, but it is extremely risky and there are no facilities to use down there. Up here in Babylonia, there is no way we would be allowed to conduct any punishing virus-related experiment, so no access to the virus here either. Are you implying there's nothing we can do? Dr. Calon shook his head. He drew an upward dotted line on the whiteboard, which linked to a small circle above. There's one last place we can use, the 0-point energy base on the moon. Many of my colleagues immediately began to question his decision. Looking back now, it was indeed an extremely difficult choice. But there is no punishing virus on the moon, Doctor? I know, but we can make it. His words shocked almost everybody. Was he trying to activate the 0-point reactor and recreate that tragedy? Of course, we will use extreme caution and closely monitor the usage rate of the reactor core. If it all goes well, we should be able to produce an infinitesimal amount of virus to study. But this theory was obviously too risky. Even the doctor himself had never tried it. There's no way that Babylonia would agree. And that's right. That's why this time we're working with an external organization unaffiliated with the Babylonian Parliament. Only they can support our research. We'll be in close contact with the punishing virus, so there will be no machine to aid us. We can only rely on paper, pen, and brain. We are mere mortals, but if there isn't a smart way to do it, we will use the stupidest one. Calculating and testing again and again through trial and error until we find the answer. In this experiment, we need to run an infinite number of calculations, but we can't afford to make even the tiniest mistake. Any mistake will get us killed. And even if we have prepared vigorously, there's still too much we don't know about the punishing virus. In other words, our lives could end at any time. There's nothing more valuable than your life. I want you to take your time to consider. As Dr. Callens finished his speech, he wrote his name inside the circle that represented the moon. He then stepped back, awaiting us to make our decisions. Moments later, another researcher that often held different opinions from Dr. Callon walked up to the stage. Instead of writing down his name, he picked up the eraser and wiped off the circle outside Dr. Callon's name. Hey, what are you doing? The old man's circle is way too small. There's no way he can fit that many names, right? Am I right? He picked up a pen and drew another enormous circle around the name, so large that it seemed like it could fit the entire world. The lad burst into laughter when he wrote down his name. More researchers took the pen from him and left their names inside the circle. When the pen was finally passed to me, I also put my name on the board. I saw relief and guilt on Dr. Callon's face. His students had not only inherited his knowledge, but also his faith. Still, he felt guilty, because most of us might not ever leave the distant moon again. It reminds me of the story with Atlantis, like the last Earth. Coincidentally, that's also a place that had a 0-point reactor. Story of the future. I'll take a drink of water. Okay. Great! The success of the new specialized frame just gave us a more proper excuse to win more influence in the parliament. Proper just doesn't sound right when it comes from you. You really have wronged me. You know, I never like to break the rules. It's just that sometimes the cost of breaking the rules is too low. Knowing she will never win the argument with this man, Rebecca diverts her attention to the other two in the meeting room. The executive meeting of the world government will commence in half an hour. You will be participating as a councilman from the diplomatic court. Have you got the topic ready? Litz nods and hands over the document to Collins. It was ready long ago. We also managed to invite the CEO of Norman Mining Corp to join the parliament as a citizen representative. Rebecca casts a glance at the man brought by Litz, only to be made speechless by his fancy, inappropriate clothing and accessories. When he notices Rebecca, he even throws her a wink. What a womanizer. If we can nail the timing, this meeting would be a good opportunity for us to bring up the research on ascendance. I'm sure they will understand me when they see the new possibility of human evolution. Collins looks like someone who's gonna NTR you. I never thought of it until you. When I first saw Collins, I never once thought of that at all. And now that you brought it up, I can't unsee it. That's funny. It's actually funny. Nah, it's okay. He's got Rebecca. He's got Rebecca. That's funny though. Collins flips through the outline and snaps his fingers at Rebecca. See? It's always Rebecca for him. Collins and I will prepare the files about Ascendant research. I'll leave the Parliament to you, Litz. Don't forget me, Miss Rebecca. I'll do my best too. I'll leave it to both of you then. Hold on. Litz, I may be getting too old, but can you elaborate what the heck this abstract outline of yours is all about? Collins suddenly speaks behind Rebecca. Unlike most of the time, his voice is filled with threat and anger. Really? I'll suggest in the meeting that we install the restarter 0-point reactor engine on Babylonia so it can fulfill its role as an interstellar colony ship and take humans away from the Earth. Before Litz can finish, Collins slams the outline toward him. Litz lets the paper hit his face without dodging. Are you going to betray me? Collins knows the value of this proposal too well. It would be highly convincing and feasible if it is ever brought up in the meeting. With a poker face, Litz picks up the papers on the floor and reorganizes them. He's got patience, that's for sure. You hold a higher position than me in Corona, but technically speaking, I am not your subordinate. My job is to assist you, not to take orders from you. So I don't think this is betrayal. Your obsession with the Ascendants has exceeded the organization's budget on a single project. The research on Ascendants will be indefinitely postponed until the risks are re-evaluated. Collins grabs Litz by his collar and presses him against the wall. Cabedon? Cabedon? When did you start planning all this? Don't be stingy with your baits if you want to catch a big fish. For my purpose, I would not hesitate to make myself part of the bait with you. No matter what, I must protect Babylonia and choose the best path for humanity. Collins stares at Litz. For the first time, he realizes this calm, unemotional man is just another maniac like himself. Just another cuckoo in the head. The punishing virus concentration keeps rising as more corrupted have gathered. A swear word. Can't waste more time with them here. I must leave them outside. Rarg. Rarg. Just insert like... Just imagine like the Minecraft zombie sounds. Yeah. But first, I need to survive. The nearest corrupted raises its arms and pounds at Karenina, but suddenly gets frozen in the air. Karenina is alerted by the corrupted's strange action. She jumps back and holds up her weapon. But the corrupted never attacks, or cannot attack to be precise. It is held up in the air for a few seconds. It suddenly gets slammed into the wall of the reactor room, leaving a crack in the wall. Shocked, Karenina looks at the ground under her feet and sees a ripple-like effect on it, but she knows it isn't an illusion, nor is the ground really turning soft. The gravitational waves have distorted the light nearby. The corrupted touched by the gravitational waves are either slammed into the ground or launched upward into space. Some are even torn apart mid-air by opposing gravitational forces. Karenina immediately leaps back, trying to get out of the impacted area. The pencil in her chest accidentally falls out. The moment it touches the gravitational waves, it is shredded into wood dust in a split second. The 0-point engine. that's scary. Karina can only think of one possible explanation. At least one control center linking to the reactor array has been infected by the punishing virus, pumping more than the required energy into the zero-point engine and causing out-of-control gravitational impact. If the zero-point engine continues to run like this, the punishing virus will be the last thing I need to worry about. The entire lunar base could be destroyed. The zero-point reactor itself has been reinforced, buried deep underground. Everything around it will probably be wiped out. After all, this miraculous engine is capable of sending the entire Babylonia across space. This must be stopped. This must be stopped. We prepared for the worst, but the situation still deteriorated faster than everyone could anticipate. I always have trouble with that word. We tried our best to stop the Corona researchers, but they still decided to put the Inver device into mass production without fully testing its reliability. How ironic. The guns they pointed at us never worked. Bullets were not any scarier than the punishing virus. There were only 5 of us left in the lab long before that. Without machines, we had to stay close to the punishing virus. Jesus. A lot of people were infected multiple times as they were exposed to the punishing virus for a prolonged period. Even Dr. Callan had his brain infected. Many more died in agony long ago due to the severe decay in their bodies. Our broken bodies were not the reason why we still did not give up. The guns pointed at us were not scarier than the punishing virus itself. Sorry. Oh God. Sorry, but I must bring hope back to the Earth even if I have to take it with force. There's no time to waste. Hundreds or thousands may die from the construct operation, but that's still far better than the total defeat of humankind. I call it a necessary sacrifice. The most disgusting guy in Corona forced us to assist him with the mass production of the Inver device. We both knew the risk involved, but this beast named Hope still seized us by the throat. After Corona received the first batch of Inver device, we finally made an Inver device that could run stably. But it was all too late, whether to those who died on the operating table or to us. Everything we ever feared eventually happened. The production was extremely rushed, and we inevitably had to rely on some machines. Even the most cutting-edge equipment could not detect the traces of the virus that leaked, which contaminated the machines and spread out. The rate of the spread was limited due to the low number of machines on site. But when we realized it, some construct models had already turned into corrupted. They began to hunt us down. We were only unarmed researchers with no means to protect ourselves. Everyone else died. In the end, only Dr. Callan and I barely made it to the place where the zero-point reactor was located. He had been unstable due to the after effect of his brain infection. Earth! It's Earth! Right. One of the reasons I came here was to open the outer space shield and let the negative pressure blow all the remaining punishing virus into space. You could see the beautiful Earth here. Stay inside the life pod, Doctor. Don't leave it. I stuffed Dr. Callan and our research documents inside the only operating life pod and sent it to space. If he was lucky, perhaps a cargo ship would pick up the signal and rescue him. And that explains why the guy was kind of wacky in the head. Because of the infection in his brain. But I must stay. But there was one last thing for me to do. I have to turn off the zero-point reactor array that was still running. The system had no control program. I had to get to the core to shut it down. Just like Dr. Callan said, I could only think of the stupidest method. Perhaps we were too used to the convenience brought by machines. Even just walking to the core seemed to claim my remaining life. But maybe it was just my body's natural reaction, given that oxygen was almost running out. But just as I expected, the corrupted are still functioning even after all the virus was expunged. They have all followed me into the reactor core, trying to tear me apart at any moment, every moment. Rarg. That also gave me the perfect opportunity to lock them all up, lock them all here. Once I turn off the last core, this place will be completely shut and probably never open again. The reactor's beautiful blue hue is no more to be seen. There's no time to write down the incident report, so I'm just using this antique device for my personal collection. I know this recording will probably never be found. But if someone ever uncovers this piece of history, it means humanity has not gone extinct from this disaster. The fire of science we lit up is still burning somewhere. In that case, please tell me. Tell me your story about the future of humanity. It really is kind of like Atlantis, huh? I don't mind it though. No! No! Blank. Can't get close at all. Karenina tries to manually shut down the power supply to the 0-point reactor, but the abnormal gravitational waves have impacted a larger area than she thought. She cannot reach the engine at all. Let's go back to the propulsion lab. Maybe I can shut down the reactor remotely. But the way back has collapsed. She must find another route. A ray of light shines through the ceiling above. Karenina looks up and realizes that the gravitational waves tossed a corrupted up earlier, which broke through the ceiling of the reactor array room. The lunar base was built to withstand meteorites and space debris. Its outer wall is well protected, but its structure is not as strong as against impact from the inside. Right, the corrupted cracked the wall. Holding her blast hammer up, Karenina charges toward the crack. Spare jitter bombs. I remember there being a bunch in storage. Can't be. Cool. Oof. Oh, whoops. So. Oh, I didn't make it. Okay. Oh shit. God damn it. Like it propels you forward by force. Can't exactly control it. Yeah, you're forced to move forward with that. Okay. Be careful then. Jitterbugs.
クズめ食らえクズめ食らえやべえ予想以上だバーストスラスター転換負けてねえいそーらふんはー
Come. Okay, there we go.
大したことね別に褒められるようなことじゃんえ
When Karenina gets back to the propulsion lab, she sees many engineering force crew, along with the uninjured Corona researchers. Yarha is standing by the side and taking care of the wounded crew. His eyes light up when he sees Karenina. Karenina! We have treated the injured crew. They are still corrupted. Before Yarha can finish, Karenina grabs his sleeve and pulls it away. Great, you're here. Come with me. There's an emergency. Karenina quickly heads to the control station, only to find another person already rapidly examining the data on the display. Hey Karenina, what's going on? The 0-point energy's gone haywire, right? I knew it. So, are you able to shut it down remotely? Teddy shakes her head and projects the control panel onto a screen. The relay program has rejected all the requests from the control panel. It's probably already infected by the punishing virus. At this stage, no one can possibly cut off the reactor's power with programs. Not even you? Nope. I hate to say it, but I'm no wizard. If it can't be done, it can't be done. Teddy sighs as she tries to think of other solutions. How about we try to shut it down manually? I tried already. The thing is surrounded by extremely intense gravitational waves. Nobody can even get close, let alone shut it down. And even you? I can try to toss you over from outside. Then you'll be able to shut it down manually, as long as you aren't crushed into a pile of dirt on the ground. What exactly are you talking about? Basically, the control center of the 0-point reactor was infected by the punishing virus. It is now out of control. It keeps pumping 0-point energy into the engine, causing it to go haywire. The gravitational waves can blow up the lunar base at any time. Yarha lets out a gasp. He too knows very well what would happen to the people here if the situation continues to deteriorate. Speaking of which, Yarha, do you know any ways to bypass the relay and shut down the 0-point engine directly? Way. The reactor has top-level security. There are no other ways to cut its power. Teddy, how long will it take for the gravitational waves to get here? To reach her? They aren't expanding. Instead, they have been contracting. Teddy's reply gives Karenina temporary relief, but she does not seem delighted at all. Instead, she gets even more serious. Don't be too optimistic. The waves are contracting because of the increasing density. The energy supply to the reactor is still going up non-stop. It's not difficult to understand. With increased power, the reactor will produce more punishing virus, which will then infect more control centers and cause more reactor arrays to malfunction until all the reactors are overloaded. Which means the engine is going to get even more out of control. According to my calculations, the gravity oscillation generated by the engine will even have the strength to cause a small part of the moon to implode and decompose. The debris would have an enormous mass and reach the Earth at an incredibly high velocity. Karenina cannot imagine how desperate it will be for the people on the ground. They have survived so many disasters, only to face the rain of doom falling from above. But what about us? Do you even need to ask? Yarha gulps. It is not hard to imagine how everyone here would turn into space dust in a split second. We cannot stop the reactor, but there's still one last chance. Before the 0-point engine finally blows up, the gravitational waves will continue to contract. We may be able to find an extremely short window to approach it. If we can destroy the engine at that time, we can shut down the gravitational waves. It still cannot guarantee to negate only existing gravitational waves, but that is the best option available. But are we really going to destroy the zero-point engine? Karenina remains silent. She knows she must destroy the engine for herself, for the people here as well as the innocent humans on the surface. But it was once the symbol and hope of humanity toward space navigation and the pinnacle of technology during the Golden Age. Is she really qualified to destroy it? Yara, can we call Babylonia from here? Technically, we can. The ID card I just gave you should be able to connect to Babylonia. When I tried to do so earlier, there was tons of interference. I'm afraid the punishing virus also has contaminated the signal station, thus the interference. It should be better if we just send a one-way message. Teddy, make a report of everything happening right now. Already did it, but you better be fast. The signals are almost cut off. Karina makes up her mind. She nods at Yaha and Teddy and then sends a comms request to Babylonia. Situation is dire. We only just got to 18. There's like 3 more battle nodes to go through. What is hope? The president has announced a 30-minute break from the world government's executive meeting due to the unexpected message from Karenina. And now we're present time now. At least from the beginning of this chapter. Litz must find enough reason to support his proposal during this time. Litz puts down the very brief incident report sent along with Karenina's message. It only mentions a punishing virus leak accident of unknown reason in the lunar base, which caused the zero-point engine to go haywire. We can't let her destroy the zero-point engine. Okay, you want it to just implode, destroy, mess up Earth even further, risk the chance of possibly getting hit by space debris. Norman is leaning on the door with a big frown. Oh, big frown. He has never looked so serious and anxious. Hey, did you hear that girl from the engineering force? Everyone on the moon will die if they don't destroy that whatever machine. It's only one possibility. Besides, we can't know if that engineering force captain was telling the truth. Come on, man. You really think they just call that in and be like, ha, sorry, just a prank? Litz crosses his hands as if he is thinking of something. Karenina had a lot of contact with Collins on the moon. He seemed to like her too. She even had private conversations with that agent. Who can guarantee she isn't acting like this because Collins was just stripped of his power? A punishing virus outbreak just when we submitted the proposal. Is it really a coincidence? Norman knows very well that Litz's words were provoking, but he still has a point. Besides, there's never been any sign of the punishing virus on the lunar base over the years. When the zero-point reactor was activated, no virus was detected either. Not to mention all the checks were conducted by Karenina herself. There was a serious incident on the moon before I was born. It was suspected to be caused by the punishing virus. Perhaps that was nothing more than a speculation. The only survivor, Dr. Callan, was out of his mind. No evidence could link it to a possible leak of the punishing virus. Very few people knew the truth anyway. Given Collins' more senior position, he might know the truth. But it does not matter anymore. Litz has zero interest in what happened in the past. My sister is still on the moon. We can't afford to take the risk. Don't get it wrong. Litz's low and serious tone or voice interrupts Norman. She's no longer your sister. You only have one sister now, which is Victoria. Don't forget that you are representing your family. Think twice before you speak. Litz gets on his feet and walks to the door. Just stay here if you can't watch the parliament make the decision. Take care of everything. Myself. Norman clenches his fist, but can only swing it toward the cold wall. Damn it. break is over. All the participants have returned to the Parliament Hall. Almost everyone is discussing Karenia's recording a report, each with their own intentions. Hassan looks around and goes back to his position as the host. He clears his throat, and the hall gets quiet over time. But it does not mean the argument is over. The real battle is only about to begin. Based on the meeting protocols, I hereby announce that the World Government Executive Meeting is changed to an emergency meeting to discuss how we should respond to the sudden crisis on the world. First of all, I'm quite certain that Councilman Litz would like to explain, right? Hassan nods at Litz, giving him the podium. The report was sent by Karenina, the engineering force captain. Neither she nor we have any clue how the punishing virus was produced or how it caused the 0-point engine to go haywire. The comms are completely cut, so we are unable to get further information from her. I don't think we have sufficient information to make a rational decision. Litz's words remain unbiased, but he has a clear objective: to calm everyone down first. He trusts they are rational enough to understand what Babylonia's best option is. But there is one thing I would like to urge each and every one of you to carefully consider before making any decision. The 0-point reactor was made by our best scientists after numerous sacrifices. It is the dream machine that will guide humanity toward the future of hope. Right now, we have an opportunity to reach that future. Are we really going to destroy it with our own hands? Are we really going to neglect all the sacrifices humanity has made in the past? Are we stripping all humans of their rights to reach for their hope in the future? This question forces all the council members to put humanity as a whole on the scale. Even those who insisted to destroy the engine earlier have begun to hesitate. That is why I am firmly against the destruction of the 0-point engine. I hope this can become the foundation of all subsequent discussions. He has been secretly paying attention to Hassan and Nicola, but does not see anything unusual. He thought those hawks would be in favor of the destruction of the 0-point reactor, or engine. Perhaps even they have to admit that the benefits of the 0-point engine outweigh the cost. He is won. Excuse me, I'm late. Sorry I'm late. Actually, we are late. Oh gosh. An elderly but still vigorous man calmly walks into the room, or hall, followed by two young individuals. Collins. I knew he wouldn't give up easily. Litz saw Collins coming and prepared for it. He gives a signal to a subordinate in the control court. Mr. Collins, if I recall correctly, you are currently under internal investigation for the unlawful imprisonment of the Great Raven Commandant. You are not qualified to take part in the World Government meetings. President Hassan, I suggest before this meeting started, Collins was told that he would be put under internal investigation for the inappropriate imprisonment of the Grey Raven Commandant. He was certain that he did not leave any evidence for Babylonia. Even if they were after him, they didn't have to wait until now. The only possible explanation was Litz had been planning this all along to set him up. Excuse me, you probably got it wrong. I have no intention to become part of that meeting. Oh, whoops, I hit space. These two young people have never been here, so I was just showing them the way. Litz finally shifts his attention to the two behind Collins. One of them is Simon, the Commandant of Dark Ares, while the other is the Grey Raven Commandant? Question mark? I know I'm currently forbidden to sit in a world government meeting. I have never been in one in the past anyway. Still, as the chief military advisor, I think I still have the right to refer someone. Collins gives Hassan a meaningful look until Hassan nods. Of course, I trust it is in our common interest to see more trusted young people, being referred to this meeting. Damn old fox. Collins smiles. He knows that Hassan and others would strongly oppose him should he have referred anyone else today. He has been keeping the referral as a trump card, but he has no other option now and can only bet everything on the Grey Ribbon Commandant. I'd like to invite them here because they have been through numerous battles on the front line. They are the experts in making such decisions. In particular, the Grey Ribbon Commandant is a hero who has participated in various difficult missions. I'm sure the opinion of this Commandant means a lot to everybody. There was a little misunderstanding between the Grey Ribbon Commandant and me, but we still developed a great friendship during our conversation. This guy. ... Oops, I'm talking too much. Well, it's time for me to go. I'll leave it to you. Collins leaves his final words before walking out of the meeting hall. Don't let me down, Grey Ribbon Commandant. Chief, I've never been in a meeting like this. Me neither. I feel like I'm going to throw up. You are not used to being the center of attention either, whether it comes from the corrupted or from the questioning eyes of the humans that are supposed to be on your side. Just think of them all as corrupted. Then I'm going to pass out. Simon finally forces a smile. Thanks to that Corona, man, the two of you are standing on this unfamiliar battlefield instead of fighting the punishing virus. Hours ago, that Collins guy rushed into the treatment room of the Star of Life. Nobody dared to stand in his way except Dr. Hippocrates. It's the Corona officer that Nicola warned you about. Given his behavior, it is near impossible to not recognize him. You're the Grey Ribbon Commandant, aren't you? They are all my patients. And who are you? One more step, I'll crush your frontal lobe. Damn. It's okay, Doctor. We'd like to have some time with them. Fine. You have 15 minutes. I'm not taking responsibility if you get worse. After she left, Collins explains the situation in the Parliament and Karenina's work on the moon. You don't know how much you can trust him, but the information about Karenina and Luna sounds quite credible. What will happen if we don't destroy the zero-point engine? According to Karenina's report, not only everyone in the lunar base will die, the gravitational waves will also send rocks flying toward the Earth. It won't be a matter of single or double-figure casualties. If everything goes according to Litz's plan, nobody will speak for Karenina. Even if she can destroy the engine in return, he will probably pin some charges on her. After all, destroying the zero-point engine without permission is a serious crime. If Litz decides to make a big deal of it, Karenina will not get away. The worst part is that it will hurt the military's trust in the Parliament, and it may even stir up conflicts between them. I've been paying attention to the meeting. Just like Mr. Collins said, most of the voices were supportive of Litz's proposal. That's why Simon asked if I knew a construct named Karenina. He was already aware of what happened. How ironic. The hero they raised to guard against me is not the only power I can rely on. Sorry, but I have no reason to help Corona. To your surprise, Collins does not seem to be worried at all, but smiles instead, as if he knew you would be giving this answer. You won't turn me down. Just like Karenina, you cannot sit and watch if other people are in danger. If the Parliament is a battlefield, only you can save them in this war. What's there for you to save Karenina and other innocent people? Obviously, this man would never do anything without benefit. Even when he is driven to the edge, you must find out his exact purpose to avoid any potential repercussions. Oh, how cautious of you. In fact, I couldn't care less about Karenina and others on the moon. She means nothing to me after completing that huge Omega weapon. But just like I said earlier, I firmly believe that agent named Luna is the key to humanity's future evolution. We must not let her die in vain on that deserted moon. Is that a theory you believe in? No. In fact, it's my instinct. When you get older, you learn that simple instinct often makes more sense than complicated calculations. I trust it is a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. Not only Karenina, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my entire life just to find that answer. But you're different. You're a lot greedier than I am. No matter how dire the situation is, the first thing on your mind is always to save everyone and everything. Honestly, I thought it would be only a matter of time before your kindness got you killed, but you proved me wrong every single time. Damn it. Is that so? I'm sorry. Colin stands up next to the bed and reaches out his hand. Just like what I told Karenina on the moon, ascendants aren't necessarily always the enemies of humanity. Neither is Corona. Only frailty is. If you and I are both too weak, why don't we join forces, at least for now? Utilizing all available resources is a basic principle of tactics. Even enemies can and must be used if necessary. Hold out your hand. Collins laughs boldly, shaking your hand and ignoring your vigilance. Come, hero. Show those people that you are capable of saying more than nice words. Your speech will be our sharpest edge. Grey Raven Commandant. From what I recall, you only just recovered from a serious injury. Are you fit for this? I'm okay, President-san. The wounds are hurting so much that you must lean on Simon to stand still, but the pain gives your mind clarity. In that case, we shall let the Grey Raven Commandant speak first. Is that okay with you, Councilman Litzt? With a frown, Litzt eventually nods, but he obviously is not giving up. I too would like to hear the Grey Raven Commandant's opinion on this sudden incident. Taking your hand off Simon's shoulder, you slowly walk up to the podium. Just when you walk on the last step, you suddenly feel a sharp pain in the wound on your head. You have to hold yourself up with both hands on the podium. Hey, Chief! You quickly signal Simon not to help, as it will only expose your frailty. But it seems too late. The wolf has his eyes on the prey, already has his eyes on his prey. Don't push yourself too hard, Grey Raven Commandant. This might not be a battlefield, but that's no reason for you to overexert yourself. He has seen through your camouflage and is determined to completely crush your confidence. The two commandants may have been through a lot of battles, but on this battlefield, excuse me, you are not much different from rookies. Some council members are already getting impatient. To them, letting an inexperienced commandant speak is a pure waste of their time. Liz has always had the upper hand. No matter what you do, you can't seem to easily shake his argument. But that can also become your advantage. The enemy will only expose some weakness when they think they have already won. Thanks, Councilman Litz. Aren't you the one who is overexerting yourself? Me? Sorry, but I don't quite understand. You need to remind everyone of the one thing that Litz has been avoiding. No, Litz isn't concerned about that. Think again. Oh. As an outsider with almost no preparation or foundation, you need to attack the opponent's weak point first. Even if it can't take him down, you can still drag him into a skirmish. The data obtained from Atlantis successfully helped the lunar base to reboot the zero-point engine. However, are you able to guarantee it is safe to use? Who can guarantee that incidents like this will not happen again when we are actually sailing in the vast universe? Without the Earth to back us up, we have no means to deal with it. Your worry is unnecessary. The restart of the zero-point reactor has been verified both theoretically and physically. No punishing virus was detected in the vacuum chamber throughout its booting and running. So, Karenina must have confirmed the results. You mentioned earlier that she was the expert in zero-point energy research, which gave the project a lot of credentials. Of course, all the data collected in the experiments is still valid. My proposal is based on this evidence. Then why are we not trusting the decision she made on the spot? While we are here talking, they are fighting death and disaster over and over. Blitz's deep eyes stare at you. He seems to be thinking about how to spin this argument back on his side. In her report, Karenina also stated that she could not guarantee the destruction of the zero-point engine would definitely stop the disaster. It might even cause more dire consequences. If both options have their risks, and I have to pick one, I would prioritize the zero-point engine. Even at the cost of the lives of those on the moon and more innocent people on the ground. It is a necessary sacrifice. To me, all the sacrifices are worthy of our one and only hope. We can't be naive and think we can survive this world without any sacrifices. As a Grey Raven Commandant, you know this more than anybody else. That new specialized frame was used by one of your constructs. Her name is Liv, I believe. Glitz clenches his fist as he speaks to all the council members in a calm and firm tone, increasing his credibility even further. She knew someone must make the sacrifice. Someone must become hope. Without the sacrifice, humanity may never have their future. Right now, the zero-point engine is the only hope. Sacrifices must be made for our only glimmer of hope. No one has ever doubted this axiom. But what truly is hope? The people that create hope for us. I think the real hope isn't a new specialized frame or the zero-point engine itself. It's the people who created all of them. We lost our home, but we can take it back. We suffered many losses, but we can learn from them and never make the same mistake again. Even in a world of despair, we can create miracles together. Humans are not strong, but we aren't so weak either. The hope left by the past cannot make us give up thinking or stop going forward. The new specialized frame is a new hope created by the people and live together. Compared with the zero-point engine that can be remade, I would rather trust the people who create hope in the lunar base. The flow of the meeting begins to change. More people start to discuss and think about what you said. I send waves at you, then walks to the corner of the conference hall, facing all the representatives. I think that's plenty of discussion. The Parliament needs to make a decision regarding the crisis that Karenina and the lunar base are facing. Let's leave the final decision to all the humans. No matter what the result is, it will be a future chosen by the entire humanity. I hope everyone can think carefully and make your own decision. The hall is lit up by countless glowing spots that represent all the Babylonian residents, followed by a synthetic voice from Gestalt. The decision has been made. Paths forward. Oh no. I sent the message, but there's no reply. Shall we wait for Babylonia's decision? No way they can make it so fast. We must go now if we are to destroy the zero-point engine. Teddy gets up on her feet and folds the portable terminal, but Karenina stops her. I want you and the engineering force members to put on protective suits and take the wounded personnel as far as possible from the gravitational waves. Find a safe place, wait for the comms to restore, and send Babylonia a message and wait for rescue. Karenia puts the blast hammer on her back and gives a confident smile. I can destroy that 0 point engine all by myself. You are only going to be my burden. Teddy looks at Karenina and sighs after a short silence. You're right. There is no need for us to die with you. If I stand next to you in the queue to the underworld, I'll probably end up fighting with you before I even reach the destination. Just get lost then. Let's go, Yarha. Huh? Teddy is left without even looking back. Yarha hesitates for a few seconds, but ends up leaving with her. Alright. There's another place I must go before blowing the 0 point engine up. Karenia grasps her weapon, nods to herself, heads out again. Warning, warning. Abnormal punching violates concentration detected. Emergency plan. All personnel are to report to their positions immediately. I want to get back ASAP. This place is way more lively than I expected. Oh, they're just gonna keep dropping down. Go on like this and you find a way to take them down at once. Take them down all at once, jeez. What can I do then? Ugh. Authorize access to the gravitation system. Oh god, the camera. Jeez. Oh, gravity rush. Whoops. Gather them up. Look at them. Hang on, I have to group them up. There we go. Straight to the construct research lab. Hang on, let me stretch. Okay. Enemy of humankind. The agent named Luna curls up in a dark dream. Or maybe it is not a dream, but the boundary of her vague mind. She can only hear her own voice. All the noises from the Ascension Network are no longer to be heard. Excuse me. I'm still alive. My consciousness is still here. Luna does not understand why she is still in the form of an agent after being denied by the Ascension Network. She was supposed to turn into a normal, mindless corrupted. But the Ascension Network seems to have halted the execution. Or, in a more humanly description, it's as if the Ascension Network is thinking about something. Luna does not want to think of the reason. Everything no longer matters to her. No one is going to step into this silent world of hers again, like that rude person. Lucia. Knowing she is but an illusion, Luna still reaches out to the sister in her memories. Luna is not trying to seek help or let out her anger. She only wants to touch her sister once again to feel the warmth. Aww. Her mouth keeps moving as if she wants to tell Luna something, but the darkness seems to have devoured her voice. Luna cannot hear anything. Lucia seems very anxious. Luna looks at her lips, trying to read what she's saying. Luna, wake up. Luna, wake up. The dark dream disappears, like falling tides among Lucia's anxious cry. Her silhouette begins to twist and fade. An invisible force is dragging Luna away from her sister. She reaches out and tries to get a little closer, but her efforts are futile. She has no more reason to live in this sober world. She feels like she is standing on a crossroads. The road behind her has all disappeared, but nobody tells her where to go. Only here she can feel the slightest warmth. Why? Why don't you just let me die in that dream? It's not too bad to die here, I guess. Luna's dream is on the brink of collapse. She closes her eyes again, knowing that she will have to face the never-ending pale reality when she wakes up. But unlike the countless awakenings in the past, she is greeted by a sharp agony and a loud siren instead of silence and the smell of dust. Ugh. Luna opens her eyes while in excruciating pain. She finds herself still in the familiar construct lab, but everything around her is a mess. Something must have happened. She barely twists her wrist in the restraint, then realizes there is crimson punishing virus coming out of her body and dissipating in the air. This is the Omega weapon those humans talked about. The massive Omega weapon behind her is emitting a crimson light. The color is not from the weapon itself, but comes from the punishing virus that keeps draining from her. The punishing virus outfit that forms Luna's combat suit has completely vanished. The punishing virus in her body will be next. Losing the power of Agent has not impacted her frame's performance, and there is still a large amount of punishing virus present in Luna's body. Still, it is no match for the Omega weapon's infinite power. Am I going to die like this? Luna has never been so close to death after she became an agent. Not even when she was devoured by the polyphage. This is the most powerful weapon humans have created for Ascendants. Maybe this isn't too bad after all. As the enemies of humans, Ascendants are destined to kill them or be killed by them. She suddenly hears a lot of noises outside, followed by a loud bang. A slender construct knocks the constructed lab door open and rushes in, along with a corrupted that has been crushed to pieces long ago. You. Karenia jumps up and shakes the dust off like a rabbit. She gracefully turns around, facing Luna. Didn't you already leave the moon? Or were you the one who created this mess? No way. A punishing virus contamination of unknown reason caused the zero-point reactor and that engine to go haywire, hence the mess in the space. I see. Luna tries to gather her strength and realizes she can attract the punishing virus that is spreading on the once clean moon. Still, the virus she can gather now is too weak and soon gets eliminated by the Omega weapon. I thought you were related to all this and came to finish you off before taking care of the rest. But that seems unnecessary now. Karenia glances at Luna. The Omega weapon has made her extremely frail. Indeed. It's a matter of time before my body dies from the exhaustion of the punishing virus. You don't need to get your hands dirty. Karenia walks back and forth, slightly hesitant. She opens her mouth in the end. I have already reported the situation to Babylonia. I will send a shuttle here soon, but I need to destroy the zero-point engine before it arrives and minimize the damage caused by gravitational waves. Even so, the overflowing zero-point energy could detonate all the built-up gravitational waves simultaneously. You may have the time to escape, but the loose rocks blown up by the gravitational waves would still hit the Earth and cause terrible disasters. Karenina takes a deep breath and stares at Luna. According to my calculations, if you can get the power of Agent back again, the strength of the punch of virus you absorb should be on par with the Mega Weapon, and therefore consume a lot of zero-point energy, reducing the final impact of gravitational waves. Luna gives Karenina an unbelievable look, as if she has just said something absurd. I mean, technically it is kind of absurd, but... Are you trying to seek my assistance? Yeah. Is there a problem? I'll do anything and use any resources available to achieve my goal, even if it means to seek help from the enemy. Luna smiles. That commandant of her sisters was once doing the exact same thing, trying to borrow the enemy's strength like a fool. Hey, you don't want to die like this, do you? That's the case. But Luna shakes her head and interrupts Karenina. I no longer have the ability to connect to the Ascension network or use the power of Agent. Even if I can, I have no plan to help you just for the sake of living on. To her, it may be better just to put an end to the Agent named Luna once and for all. That way both of her sisters can finally walk their own paths without worrying about her. Besides, I don't think you should put your hope on Babylonia's rescue. They probably have already abandoned everyone here. Compared with the lives of a few people on the moon and the Earth, it would be a wiser choice for them to protect the zero-point engine, which is a symbol of future hope. Luna once heard from that human named Yarha that Corona wanted to install this engine in the zero-point reactor on Babylonia to restart the space travel project. Zero-point reactor, construct technology, Omega weapon, new specialized frame. All those creations are carrying the hope of humans. They create the future of humans. Future for humans, but also become their shackles. You'll become the enemy of humankind if you choose to destroy the engine. There is no taunt or anger in Luna's words. She is just stating the cold truth. Do you really have the courage to pop that inflated hope? Hearts intertwined. Not far from the lunar base where everybody can notice, a ship from Babylonia slowly descends onto the moon's surface. After the cabin door opens, an agile figure leaps off the ship and lands on the moon, knocking up the very fine lunar soil and leaving his footprints. Oh, come on! I can forgive you for not putting up a red carpet, but you should at least have sent some fans to welcome Roland the superstar. Roland laughs at himself. The moon is a silent, deserted place. Not even rapids can be found here, let alone humans. Roland's thoughts are suddenly disrupted by fiery explosions in the distance. An arm of a construct space model rapidly flies toward his face. Roland frowns and tilts his head slightly to avoid the arm. Okay, we have some audience here. Quite a lot, actually. Following the arm are the construct base models. They land in Roland's vicinity and rush toward Roland once managing to crawl up. He just realizes these incomplete constructs were infected by the punishing virus and turned into horrific corrupted long ago. Someone has arrived before me. Or is that Luna? Roland strolls forward as he casually points the shotgun to a corrupted's head, blowing up 2/3 of it. The shell's kinetic energy even sends the corrupted's body flying away, sends the body away in the low gravity environment, knocking down a few other corrupted who are trying to stand up. I really wonder who is stealing my entrance. Roland takes out the container and peeks at the stem cell inside, using the explosive as a light source. The low gravity environment does not seem to have any impact on it. Since I took the job, I must finish it no matter what. That's what I call being a professional actor. Roland closes his eyes to find that neat connection between Luna and him. He can sense her a lot clearer. She's definitely on the move. Well, let me find Luna first. Then I'll leave it to her and fate to decide. Roland stretches his body and walks towards Luna's direction. The show must go on. Karenina failed to persuade Luna. She returns to the propulsion lab, still thinking of her last words. Do you really have the courage to pop their inflated hope? Karenina can choose the optimal answer if it only involves herself. But the decision to make right now affects all humans. Damn it. Perhaps she is better off being alone. Fighting, hurting, struggling. Hey, what are you doing? Someone hits Karenina on the shoulder. She then realizes Teddy is standing right next to her. Shouldn't she have already left the lunar base with the others? Why are you here? What's that look on your face? We're still alive, at least for now. Teddy, this system mainframe was contaminated by the Punisher virus and blocked. How can we bypass it? Yarha trots over, scratching his head, asking Teddy about some problems he is facing on his portable terminal. Yarha, why are you also back? We split into two groups. Some non-technical staff evacuated to protect the injured people. They stayed away from the lunar base and waited for rescue, while we technicians came back here to keep working. Beep. What are you doing here? I said I could do all of this by myself. Seeing Karenina's anger, Teddy smiles instead. Feeling good about yourself, huh? We only came back for ourselves. Correct. Just like what the vice captain said, if we run away and leave you behind, we'd be held responsible for letting you destroy the zero-point engine without taking necessary precautions. Gotta do something to defend ourselves. You. Captain Karenina, I'm not new here. It's been 2 years since I joined the engineering force. Oh, 2 years and 3 months. The researcher in the engineering force quickly reported the situation and interrupted Karenina's question. He returned to work in no time. We are doing our best to collect and record the data related to the zero-point engine for its future restoration and improvement. Restoration and improvement? Is that really possible? Probably depends on our luck and speed. In the past, we only had the right to use the engine. Corona had always been on our way whenever we wanted to investigate the related records. But that's no longer a problem. The entire base is probably going to be blown up soon. Karenina gets the terminal from Teddy and looks at it. The research data recorded is indeed highly confidential and has never been disclosed in public research. If they can also include the data observed while the engine was running and even going out of control, perhaps making a new zero-point engine isn't impossible. Karenina looks at Yarha. The people in Corona have no reason to risk their lives to help them. I don't want to become space junk, but Corona's internal punishment is even scarier. That's why I must get something done at least, so I can bargain with them. Especially after Miss Vesalius became the research director, I really can't go back empty-handed. Director Yarha, please stop chatting with them. We're almost done. Karenina looks at other Corona researchers. They don't seem to be working only for their own lives. Hey you, pack up the tools. We're almost done here in the power lab. Next we need to go near the zero-point reactor and record its energy output and conversion ratio. The devices over there have all been contaminated. We'll probably have to take the readings on our own. Got it. Teddy looks at Karenina. Her slim right hand clenches into a fist and gently punches Karenina's left shoulder. Are you concerned about the consequences of destroying the zero-point engine? That's totally not like you, fool. Don't think too much. Just focus on the things that you must do. Leave the rest to us. You have friends who are willing to fight alongside you too. You are so... More loud explosions can be heard from afar. Even the ground has begun to tremble. There's no time. We must get going. While you destroy the 0-point engine, you will take back the hope of science. Teddy puts her... excuse me. Teddy puts back her serious face as she walks toward the researchers. They may come from different organizations, have different beliefs, but now they are standing together. Even though Karenina still feels a little lost, she picks up her weapon and turns away with a subtle smile. Remember, don't die. If our effort ends up in vain because of you, I will hunt you down even in hell. Better touch wood, Teddy. I'm sure she will succeed. Just wait and see. Without even meeting each other's gaze, they turn their backs and head to their respective sides of the battlefield. That's a cool shot. Oh. Roland steps over the twisted door of the construct lab. It seems to have been deformed by some tremendous force. In the center of the lab is the white figure he has been searching for. Luna. Roland calls her name softly, but receives no response. He can feel the connection between Luna and himself is weakening, which means the agent, Luna, is dying. A ring-shaped device is draining the punishing virus from her and disintegrating it eventually. This must be the Omega weapon. I wonder if I can free Luna if I break it. Roland holds his shotgun up, aiming at the Omega weapon. But what if it accelerates her death? Roland smiles and puts the shotgun away. He knows even if he rescues Luna here, it would only momentarily extend her life. Nobody can rewrite your own story except you, Luna. Your ending is a silent death on this cold moon. Maybe that is just what fate brings. Still, I wish you can change the ending yourself and embark on your journey again. The person who asked me to bring this gift to you would probably feel the same. Roland takes out the storage unit he has been carefully protecting and inserts it in the control panel in front of Luna that connects to her mind. Although Corona does not have the technology to hack into the mind of agents, it can still send them a message. The container on Roland's waist begins to tremble vigorously, as if the thing inside is banging against the container wall. I almost forgot Vonica's gift. But I don't think I need it to kill her now. Well, I still have to go through the motions. You can devour everything on the moon as you like. Roland opens the container. The surging matter inside quickly crawls toward the cable connecting to the Omega weapon, then squeezes itself into the cracks of the wall, following 0-point energy's unique blue glow. Right. Here concludes my cameo appearance. Thank you for coming today. Roland stops smiling and looks at Luna's face for one last time, whispering, Luna, I hope you can be your true self when you open your eyes again. Oh boy. Undying will. Out of my way! Karenina keeps dodging the incoming gravitational waves and knocking the corrupted away. In less than an hour's time, the gravitational waves are affecting a smaller radius, but with significantly greater intensity. Some of the buildings in the lunar base are already decomposed into large debris. Another huge explosion, blazing blue lights, begins to emit from debris and dust. The 0-point engine. It's right over there. The spherical 0-point engine is engulfed in a gravity storm, sucking in all nearby debris, lunar soil, and limbs of corrupted. The anti-gravity field slowly lifts the engine into the sky. All the gravitational waves are concentrating in the engine. I can't waste any more time here. Karenina slams the blast hammer hard on the moon's surface. She keeps boosting the pressure and the hammer's propulsion engine. Estimating gravity. Trajectory simulation completed. Engine compression 100%. 200%. If I can't get there from the ground, I'll just go from above. When the engine reaches peak power, Karenina pulls the trigger. The charged kinetic energy is immediately released, shattering the fragile moon rocks underneath and launching Karenina along with the hammer rapidly toward her destination. The gravity control device in her frame and the blast hammer's propulsion allow Karenina to adjust her stance while airborne, nimbly avoiding the impact of gravitational waves. But she soon finds out that whenever she tries to approach the zero-point engine, the gravitational waves would be in her way as if they are directly aimed at her. Strange. I feel like the zero-point engine has its own consciousness. It's trying to push me away. After dodging another round of dense gravitational waves, Karenina transforms the blast hammer into the cannon form and fires at the zero-point engine. Pew. The engine immediately compresses the gravitational waves to neutralize her shot. This is definitely not a coincidence. It's impossible. How can the zero-point engine protect itself? Unless... Karenina keeps firing at the gravity storm around the zero-point engine. When she finally peels off the debris, she finds some pale matter entangled at the bottom of the engine and is continuously growing upward. It is not lunar soil or shattered debris, but a creature that she has never seen. Slightly distracted, Karenina is hit by gravitational waves and falls to the moon's surface. Thanks to low gravity, she has not suffered much damage. Swear word. What the swear word was that? Karenina has never seen such a creepy scene. When the pale matter finally warps the zero-point engine within, the gravity storm gradually calms down. Everything seems to have stopped. All of a sudden, the zero-point engine on top starts to shake vigorously. The crack on its pale outer shell turns to Karenina and stares at her like a creature's eye. Karenina's instinct tells her the creature is dangerous. Without thinking, she raises her cannon and fires at it. What the? The compressed graviton fired from her cannon is blocked by this peculiar piece of flesh. To be precise, by its newly grown arm. Soon the pale flesh quickly grows another arm, followed by 2 legs. It slowly gets up on its feet and grows into a creepy humanoid. Arg, arg. It lets out a hysterical cry. Uncontrolled gravitational waves burst out, shattering everything around. Karenina does not need to ask it to know that this creature is her enemy. It's an enemy to all humans. It continues to drain the energy supplied to the zero-point engine and emits crimson punching virus. Is this freaking a hero creature? The monster frenetically scratches itself. Blue blood, full of zero-point energy, flows out from its wounds, but the blue color soon fades and is replaced by crimson. The lunar soil nearby is soaked with this crimson liquid, or red tide to be more precise. Yarg. The wounds left by its claws soon heal themselves. The energy drained from the zero-point engine will repair its body endlessly. This energy will become an infinite source of punching virus. Soon, the entire moon will be covered in the crimson blood color. The zero-point engine must be destroyed. I'll smash you. Ooh.
Yosh. 人類の希望を壊す勇気があるの。
Oh, the music. Like a morning star, a small light dot rises into the deep silent sky from the back of the earth, followed by the blazing sun. But when looking closer at it, the star is blinking at a certain rhythm. Babylonia! The blinking navigation lights in Babylonia were once used for communicating with other orbiter spacecraft, but they are too outdated and are no longer in use. Babylonia has no need to communicate with other orbiter spacecraft. With no other orbital spacecraft left, Babylonia is the only unit that watches the Earth from space. Right now, the lights are operating once again for just one person. The message is for Karenina and Karenina alone. The world government has decided. Karenina carefully reads the message conveyed in the signal. The decision of humanity awaits her. To acknowledge and approve the engineering force's decision, Karenina eyes widen as she gazes at the blinking light, still finding it difficult to believe. Go ahead and destroy the 0-point engine. The signals cannot convey complex instructions, but they are more than enough to give Karenina never-ending courage. She looks up and sniffles to stop the tears. Then she turns around and gives the monster a fearless smile. Hey, did you hear that? You bloody punishing monster. Karenina holds her blast hammer up and points it directly at the monster. The tail flames from its propulsion engine are burning strong. They, the humans, want me to crush you. Even when standing alone in the dark universe, Karenina no longer feels any fear. She knows the will of the entire human race is twinkling behind her, and this undying will become a star and a torch. So, just beep, die. Nah, I'm pretty sure it's just frickin' die. Just effing die. Remembrance of pain. Oh, we're playing as Luna. Who am I? The girl takes a look at her white body, which seems different from what she perceives as human. It is made of machines, just like the robots in the stories she read before. Am I a robot? I'm no human. She feels somehow disappointed, although she does not even know why she is so obsessed with whether she is human or not. Perhaps this word just has a familiar ring to it. She looks around and finds nothing but a dark world. A light spot suddenly appears in the distance, like a beacon that is guiding her. She has also read in stories that when humans are about to die, there may be similar light spots to guide them toward the afterlife. But isn't she a robot? How strange. Is it because I'm dying? Besides, who told her these stories? She feels like someone had once whispered in her ear, telling her thousands of curious stories in detail until she fell into sweet dreams. Who is that person? Huh? What's this? She raises her hand past her face, only to find tiny droplets of water slipping from the corners of her eyes. They are tears. Am I crying? She has no idea why she is in tears. Nothing comes to her mind. She can only walk mindlessly toward the light spot, where she might be able to find the answer to everything. Ooh. Luna. 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 Is that my name? Stay close. Don't leave my side. Sister. Yes, you're my sister. I won't let these monsters hurt me. Hide, hurry. Is that to launch this? I'll protect you, Luna, I promise. She's not dodging. You gotta dodge. Oh, see, that's what happens when you don't dodge. Lucia. Luna, are you okay? Don't worry. It's okay. We just need to rest a bit. I just need to become a construct. Then we can go to Babylonia together. It'll be just like before. Always. Always. Enough. That's enough. You don't need to keep fighting like this. Oh, jeez. Lucia, sis, can I do anything to help you? Skill issue kills you. Pretty much. Come on, Lucia. You're better than that. Was this success? I can protect you now, sis. Sorry, this is our only choice. Hurry! Eliminate the corrupted and potential threats. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's a skill issue on my part now. Or on Luna's part there. The text was going by way faster. Find sister. Alpha. Luna, what do you need me to do? Lucia, you. There's Plume. There's freaking Gabriel, man. Come on, man. God damn it. Of course it was Gabriel. Son of a bitch. We're done. Experiment error, structural integrity compromise. Functionality fall into 80%. No vitals. Experiment vitals. Oh, bzz, I will stay here. So many bits of dialogue happening at once. Your voice says. Can't forget your birthday is proof of your birth. 3 years, which is lucky for me. Thank you for coming to this world, Luna. Oh my god. Live on, sis. That's why you're hated in the community, Gabriel. True. Every time. All because of you, Gabriel. Why can't you just... He'll never leave us alone, even when he's dead. Fight, Luna, fight! Jesus Christ, the sound effects are so loud. For me, they're super loud. God, the sound effects for me were so loud. I could barely hear the music. Holy. Every year when it comes to your birthday, Luna, I always prepare a gift for you like before, even in the years before I was called Alpha. I know all too well this is pointless folly. No matter how many gifts I prepare, I cannot change the fact that Luna is never coming back. That day when I saw you standing in front of me again, I made a vow to myself. On each of your birthdays in the future, I would stay by your side no matter what. This year, I have a present for you too, but I won't be able to give it to you on your birthday. If you ever get to hear this message, Luna, I wish you find your own path to the future. I will be by your side no matter where you go. And happy birthday, Luna. Aww. The construct lab continues to collapse under the impact of gravitational waves and is finally exposed to outer space. The negative pressure generates a fierce storm that sweeps off everything inside the lab. Tears roll down the pale girl's face unconsciously. They are torn to pieces in the storm, disappearing in space. In the very last moment of her life, she can no longer feel pain or hear any sounds. The tears don't come from pain, but from the reluctance buried deep in her memories. My death is perfectly logical, but why am I still resisting the inevitable? Why can't I, like those inferior human beings, shed off the most important memories? Why am I still struggling so hideously to survive? Lucia. As an ascendant, she once prided herself on being superior to humans. But it is her human emotions that take over in the end. The storm is gaining momentum, blowing away everything on the control panel in front of Luna. Countless blueprints and parts have witnessed all the days and nights that the researchers spent here. Suddenly she sees a small green object rise from the control panel. It should never have appeared in this dull lab. Frog. It is a small frog charm that is hanging from a storage unit plugged into the panel. Luna couldn't possibly know the ordeals this little charm had gone through to get to her, but she is certain that it was a gift from Alpha. The charm's thread is coming loose, as if it would be swept away into the universe in the next moment, never to be found. No, don't. Luna tries to reach out and grab it, only to realize that her hands are both tied up. She could only watch the charm's thin thread slowly unravel. It is like a cord connecting Luna to the world. When it breaks, she would be completely alienated from everything in this world. Luna tries desperately to break free and grab the thread of destiny, triggering the alarm on her electromagnetic shackle. With almost all the punishing virus power lost, she can only use pure physical strength to move her slender right hand. The electromagnetic shackle scorches her arm, burning deep into her artificial muscles. Vital fluid flows out from the cracks in her body. She finally breaks free from her shackle and grabs the charm's thin thread at the very last moment. Luna holds the tiny charm tightly in her hand. Even though she has long lost her sense of temperature, it still feels warm. Very warm. Thank goodness. Luna feels a long-lost sharp pain in her scarred right hand. This is a hand that holds onto something important, even when it is covered in pain and wounds. She has seen many hands like this. When she first met her white-haired sister on a night of pouring rain, she reached out her much-suffered hand and hugged her so tight, crying. Amidst the light that had destroyed everything, her dark-haired sister grasped the katana with her broken hands and stood in front of them. She never backed it down, even one step. When facing the desperate ending, that commandant chose to reach out to the most powerful of enemies with a scarred hand, hoping only to protect humanity and cherished friends. Ascendants, constructs, humans. They may not be that different after all. Just then, she hears the lunar base's internal broadcast from the construct lab. Hello? Karenina? Can you hear me? While we were recording the data, we also used the time to conveniently build the most outdated but effective temporary radio station. When we finally connected to Babylonia's comm center, they immediately sent us a message. Maybe you have already seen it, but I don't trust your eyes. Better repeat it again here. The world government has decided to acknowledge and approve the engineering force's decision. Karenina, go ahead and destroy the 0-point engine. She hears the crowd cheering behind Teddy's voice in the noisy broadcast. Luna realizes she has almost forgotten that humans can laugh. Humans have not given up on them. This time, those humans really chose to believe in them. That unyielding girl named Karenina firmly believes science can help humans turn destructive power into a new hope. My own new hope. Can I have it too? Perhaps. There is more than one form of hope, and more than one answer to the future. Luna wants to become a neutral bridge that connects to humanity. If she can explore a future where she and humans can coexist, she can also make her wish come true. Yes. Yes. I love it. To create a paradise where she and her sister can live together. But will Ascension Network allow such things to happen? Perhaps it is also expecting changes to take place. Luna gathers her final strength to hold Frog tight on her chest and closes her eyes. Like humans, she will do all she can to reach the distant hope. Like that commandant, she will give everything to explore the possibility to win. If her voice can be heard, please listen to her final wish. Future path, imagination, humans, hope. Ascension Network, elevating, creating, wish. Connection approved, accepting, Luna, agent. A red light glows strongly on Luna's chest. The punishing virus that flooded the lunar base is gradually attracted to her, forming a white armor to cover her body. The large amount of punishing virus detected also causes the Omega device to automatically increase the 0-point energy's input. The device cannot destroy punishing virus faster than it is gathering. Luna slowly opens her eyes. She has returned to her former look. The Ascension Network has once again accepted me. Accepted this new possibility. This means Luna has found her power and strength. The Ascension Network has re-accepted her as the trailblazer of a never-imagined path. She could have walked away, but she chooses to stay and gather more nearby punishing virus to consume the Omega weapon's infinite 0-point energy. Humans, show me the future you have created. That's so good. That was really good. The final combat node, battle node, Radiant Beam. Karenina, hello? Karenina? Do you copy? Teddy's voice spreads across the entire lunar base. Karenina can also hear her in the comms device. Copy. You're too noisy. I'm busy right now. Karenina dodges the white monster's fast leap strike and shoots at it. She uses the cannon's recoil to quickly move away, avoiding the follow-up claw attacks. Hey, what are you fighting against? A monster made from the 0-point engine and white pieces of flesh? You must be an idiot to hope that you can explain things clearly with that extremely poor expression of yours. The frenzied monster shatters the rocks on the ground, sending the gravel and lunar soil flying toward Karenina. Karenina has seen them coming, so she leaps high above and prepares to attack the monster's head, which happens to be the 0-point engine. To her surprise, the monster suddenly emits gravitational waves, changing the rock's projectile from horizontal to vertical. What the? Karenina fired her cannon in advance to shoot all the rocks down. If she didn't do so, even if she gets lucky and doesn't get injured, the kinetic energy from the rocks will still blow her away. Hello? Karenina? I'm fine, but aerial attacks don't seem to work on this monster. To reach the 0-point engine on its head, she must limit its action by hitting its weak points. But how can she limit the action of a monster that can repair itself infinitely? Well, I better not think too much. If destroying it once isn't enough, I'll do it twice, or even 3 times. Only you can think of such a stupid idea. But I guess it's the best strategy for you. Karenina once again charges at the pale monster. She jumps above and slams her blast hammer down, knocking up lunar soil to block its vision. Still, the monster is intelligent enough to unleash wide-range gravitational waves that blow away the lunar soil instantly. Even if Karenina jumps up, she will be pulled down. But when it focuses on the sky, It completely ignores Karenina, who's rushing out from the dust. Screaming, running, Karenina throws herself toward the gravitational waves emitted by the monster and neutralizes part of them with the gravity control system of her own frame. Karenina knew the wide range waves wouldn't have as much strength, so she chose to break through from the front. Garg? The monster has no time to react. It can only watch Karenina's blast hammer approach as its engine makes a loud hum. I'll crush you! The instant thrust from the blast hammer's engine has sufficient speed to make any blunt weapon sharp like a blade. The monster's right leg is immediately severed from its body and falls to the ground. Still, it manages to swing its claw to hold Karenina off. Swear word, it's got good reflexes. The gravitational waves keep Karenina at bay. She can only watch the monster recover. However, no matter how hard the monster trembles, its right leg does not seem to be growing back. Wait, it can't regenerate fast like before. Yeah, we're also investigating this. It could be due to a change in the 0-point energy supply. Some of the energy is allocated to a strange place. It's going to the Omega weapon where that agent is located. What makes it more strange is that the corrupted who kept attacking suddenly weakened a lot. Karenina looks in the direction of the construct lab as she mumbles to herself. So, she chose to live on in the end. The pale mutant's right leg has slowly grown back, but instead of attacking back, it runs to the center of the battlefield in order to absorb more remotely transmitted 0-point energy. Karenina, the gravitational waves will reach the critical point in 12 minutes and 21 seconds. You must hurry. Let's kill it before it finishes absorbing energy. Get him, Karenina! Here we go. Oh god, look at the arms sticking out from the back. I never noticed that before. Oh, that's gnarly. Jesus. What the fuck? He threw something at me? Oh god. Moon Eater. Oh, what the heck? Okay. Oh, jeez. I like that's muffled. This reach? Sure, right? Yep. Nice. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh shit. What? Oh. Oh, it's not over yet. Ah, I see. Ah, hold on. That looks crazy. Shit. Oh, that still hit me. We're just hopping around. Ugh. Oh shit. What the heck? Technically died twice. There we go. Ugh. Pale monster is pushed to its limit. Its tissues cannot generate as fast as they are destroyed. The body is made up of hetero creature cells and other miscellaneous debris begins to disintegrate. It struggles to get up, only to realize its broken body cannot support its weight, and collapses to the ground once again. With an equally damaged body, Karenina holds onto her blast hammer and gets on her feet. Step after step, she walks toward the monster. Wiggling its body, the monster tries to make itself afloat by using the 0-point engine's power, hoping to fly away. Grandpa told me that life was precious. Perhaps you also want to survive. But you are the enemy to all living things. You are nothing but a monster. Karenina deploys the gravity cannon form of the blast hammer and shoots at the ground under the monster. The compressed gravitas generate an enormous gravity that neutralizes its floating force, pulling it back to the moon's surface. It barely raises its head, but it is only too late. The gravity-controlled device in Karenina's frame is running beyond its limit, compressing and distorting gravity and light, engulfing her in a radiance that is brighter than the rising sun. The monster also extracts all its strength to the zero-point engine, trying to unleash the most powerful gravitational waves to tear the girl apart. Now, the blast hammer's blast engine is lit up by its tail flames. All light shines at this moment, converging into an invincible strike. Just crush and burn! Should have been like a cutscene or something. After a blinding flash, the severely damaged zero-point engine continues to emit strong gravitational waves, reducing the monster's remaining body to pale, lifeless flesh. The outburst of gravitational waves sends Karenina flying. She rolls on the moon's surface for tens of meters and finally comes to a stop. Karenina reopens her eyes and finds the damaged zero-point engine has sunk under the moon's surface. The gravitational waves are directly acting on the rocks, creating ripples on the nearby ground. Rocks protrude from the ground like swords, while soft lunar soil flows down like sand. Karenina has no time to hesitate. She quickly jumps back and barely avoids the collapse of the ground underneath. Karenina? You aren't dead, are you? I guess so. Karenina replies while sprinting between more protruding rocks. Then hurry up to the coordinates I sent you. The gravitational waves built up in the zero-point engine will break out in 3 minutes. What? Isn't that also within the range of gravitational waves? Are you just picking a better place to die? Alright, we'll give you a proper funeral. Relax. No, rest in peace. The comms ended abruptly. Karenina can never contact Teddy again. Swear word. Karenina is totally clueless, but she still runs toward the coordinates that Teddy sent. Nice. Curtain call. Roll though. The representatives gave their answer in the world government's emergency meeting, approving Karenina's decision and giving her the right to destroy the zero-point engine. Still, it will inevitably cause a series of problems. The lunar base, the reactor, the ground battlefield, Corona. The biggest problem is that the comms to the lunar base are still not restored. Babylonia is unable to confirm whether Karenina and her team have successfully destroyed the engine or whether they can safely return. What if Karenina and her team were injured, or cannot finish the mission at all? Commander Nicola, please let me go. I can help the lunar base and Karenina. Nicola has actually thought about this option. When it comes to searching for lost targets in an unfamiliar environment, nobody can do the job better than the purifying force, although they are hunting the target most of the time. No, this is the second time I'm saying this. Nicholas shakes his head and gives back Bianca's application. As a captain of the purifying force, as a soldier, you should know your duty is to obey orders. The other female construct in the room also walks up and salutes Nicola. Chico. Commander Nicola, one construct is more than enough to investigate the traitors. I can do this. Captain Bianca doesn't need to be involved. Although respectful, the female construct named Chico has not backed down in the slightest. She is also a member of the purifying force. Chico. Bianca looks at Chico. She has gone to Earth multiple times for this dangerous mission, but no progress is made. Although the engineering force's new engine has made shuttles more secure, going from Babylonia to the ground is still a dangerous trip. Even after a successful landing, the supplies for the support force are nowhere enough for combat consumption in the adverse environment. Chico couldn't even maintain her frame properly. The color of her black long hair had faded, but she simply had no time to restore it. There were traces of ascendants found during the investigation. HQ decided to up the danger level of this mission, and we now have 2 locations to investigate. That's why I'm sending you both. Mission locations are also reassigned based on their danger levels. Chico, Bianca will take over City 6 from you. There's a new location named City 15, and I want you to take charge. But The mission instructions suggest City 6 has a higher danger potential, so it makes perfect sense to assign it to Bianca, given that she is the captain. Unable to find any excuse, Chico can only remain silent. Nicola pauses and looks at Bianca. She seems to have something to say. We are just as worried about Karenina and the lunar base as you are. That's why I've already sent the entire Mountain Vulture squad in a space fighter. Bianca and Chico have no words to say. They can only salute in silence. I have only one request. If there is any news about Karenina, please let me know immediately. You don't need to worry about that. Any news about her will be the biggest news. After the two purifying constructs left, Nicola once again picks up the mission request to investigate the traders. They came from many departments, but only the change of location was provided by the control court. I know the control court manages a lot of things, but why would they pay particular attention to this one out of all missions? Despite suffering heavy damage, Grey Raven still applied to return to the battlefield multiple times. I had to stop them with the Star of Life. Though maybe I can send them to the less dangerous City 15 for an investigation mission. His thoughts are interrupted by an incoming comms request. Speaking. It's from the captain of Mountain Vulture, Commander Nicola. We found the engineering force. What are the coordinates? Celica sounds embarrassed as she hesitates a little. No. They seem to have encountered an enemy. What? A transport shuttle is flying in space. The moon has become quite small behind it. That monster who merged with the 0-point engine. How did it get on the moon? I don't know, but it probably wasn't there in the beginning. Karenina takes out the cassette recorder she found in the 0-point reactor core. She has already learned about its content. This is quite an antique audio player. Never thought you could have this taste. I guess listening to music can more or less help you change your barbarian way of thinking. Karenina replied with it and ignored her. She stares at the starry universe outside. The root cause of the lunar base incident could be traced to the past. The consequence of the necessary sacrifice made back then is still posing a threat to all humans today, and it may well last into the future. Fortunately, humans may finally have enough power to change that future. So, how'd you find this spaceship? I don't recall seeing any record of spacecraft staying in the lunar base. No idea. This is quite an old ship. Probably served in the post-pandemic age. It was made on Corona, but is currently registered under Babylonia. Could it be that the spaceship picking us up had departed earlier? We're pretty lucky. Excuse me, I hate to interrupt you, but Karenina, your hand is on my head. Oops, sorry. If we were lucky, we wouldn't have to face this just hours before retreat. Sorry again, but you are stepping on my abdomen, Teddy. No wonder it feels soft. Yeah, don't you think you need some exercise? Please stop it. Why are we all cramped up in such a tiny pod? The engineering force, Chronos scientists, along with some fainted soldiers. Tens of people are squeezed inside the little life pod like a sardine can. Well, we are lucky that we are still alive. We should think about how we can restore that 0-point engine after we go back. It's like a literal clown car. Wouldn't that be an easy task with all the information you bring back? It better be. We almost die for it. The entire engineering force won't forgive you if you screw it up. Just wait and see. You can start thinking of a name for the new engine. How about DeLorean? It comes from an old classic movie. The male voice comes from the ship's internal broadcast. He probably is the pilot. He saved everyone after all, but Karenina couldn't blame him for the awkward conversation. Besides, he must have also heard her complaints on the limited cabin space. That's actually not bad. Excuse me. Just call me Rolmo. Captain Rolmo. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Captain Rolmo. How long would it take for this ship to arrive at Babylonia? Well, I'm not so sure. Maybe it will take a day, or 8 hours, or 10 minutes. His bizarre estimate makes Karenina and Teddy even more confused. Hey Teddy, why do I find his voice a little familiar? A sudden turbulence interrupts Karenina. It does not feel like the ship has hit a meteorite or space debris. Did something happen? Oops. Don't worry, we are just under attack by Babylonia's space fighters. What? Why is Babylonia attacking us? Didn't take long for them to find out that I jacked the ship. What? Did you jack the ship? Beep. Who the heck are you? Karenina searches her memories and finally recalls this annoying voice she heard in the past. Ah, you invited yourselves to my ship and still dare to be picky. That's why I don't like humans. The pilot, who calls himself Rolmo, lets out a sigh, but soon changes into a cheerful tone. Alrighty, dear passengers, our trip is coming to an end. I wish you a pleasant and safe trip. Time to say goodbye. Ciao. After a slight shock, the safety lock on the life pod is disengaged. In Karenina's high-pitched swearing, Captain Rolmo injects the life pod into space, then accelerates toward the Earth. That's funny. Return to the far moon. Sis, what happened to the rabbits in the end? They stayed on the moon. What were they going to do after they stayed on the moon? What did they do? Since they loved carrots so much, I guess they must have planted a lot of carrots on the moon. Okay, what did they do after that? After that, they were digging the ground in order to plant carrots. They dug and dug until they found a carrot monster in the soil. It was formed by the spirits of all the carrots they ate. A big monster. Then what? What happened to the rabbits? Did the carrot monster eat them? Right. The rabbits came together to build a robot called Iron Bunny. They were about to attack the carrot monster. The rabbits were so good. What happened after? Do you still want more? Oh, right. Luna, it's about time for you to sleep. Otherwise, I won't tell you the stories tomorrow. Are you going to tell me more stories tomorrow? Of course. But you need to sleep first. Sure. Luna will be a good girl. Good night, sis. Good night, Luna. Have a nice dream. Tomorrow will be a new day. Aww. Raging gravitational waves are tearing apart the tiny lab relentlessly. The interval between waves is quickly decreasing, approaching the critical point. Decomposed buildings keep falling around. The giant Omega weapon has completed its mission and gets buried under the debris. The imprisoned agent is no longer here. The wrecked zero-point engine emits a blazing blue light from the center of the gravity waves. Around them floats a white figure that seems completely unaffected by the gravitational waves. The pale flesh wriggles around the zero-point engine, trying to crawl onto the white figure's body. You too are a pathetic creation. Your fate was twisted from the very beginning. Luna allows it to wrap around her, but the moment it touches Luna, it turns into crimson ash and dissolves away. The blue glow of the zero-point engine is turning incandescent white, warning everyone that the gravitational waves will soon explode and destroy everything on the ground. Is this the pure destructive power brought by science? Let me harness this power. Luna raises her right hand and gathers all the punishing virus from the entire lunar base. The condensed punishing virus gradually forms a hardened spherical shell, encasing the wrecked zero-point engine and Luna herself. Meanwhile, chaotic and destructive gravitational waves also slowly gather around Luna. I'm going back to where Sis is. Luna gently holds the frog charm in her scarred right hand. She rests it on the safest place near her chest. The concentrated gravitational waves send the punishing virus sphere afloat before it disappears in a blazing light. The white-haired girl is moving alone in the wilderness. She suddenly stops. As if she has heard something, she raises her head slightly to look at the night sky. It is almost dawn. A meteor suddenly bursts into the sky and slowly descends. Luna, the ascendant named Alpha, takes a few baffled steps. She then quickly sprints toward the sunrise. Ah, the sisters reunite once more. Good chapter. That was a good one. The music in this chapter is super good. Last Resort is such a banger. Oh man. Boss fight was fun too. Good fight. I like the little bits with Luna and stuff in there. Get that little character development, her little character arc in this. I like it. So, next chapter is Across the Ruined Sea, but I'm doing this by patch release. So after a new divide patch is the No One patch, which is Cinder Burns. And I don't know the specific details for the No One patch, the No One story, but what I do know is that it's lengthy. Apparently it's very lengthy. But but No One is I've also heard that No One is a very well fleshed out character because of this Cinder Burns story. And just as a quick disclaimer and stuff, I did return to PGR I was playing PGR around the time the Stigmata frame for Bianca came out. So I was there for that patch, but some of the story I don't remember. I do remember who is involved, of course. Obviously Bianca, but other characters, like a certain purple-haired construct or ascendant or whatever, whose name starts with an L. So I know about that, and I remember the boss fights and all that stuff. I don't remember the specific details of the story. No. Skipping ahead in story. Boom, fake reaction. This was a long time ago, though. I don't remember when Across the Ruined Sea even came out. Oh, it came out last year. And to tell you the truth, back when I did play PGR a bit, I would skip the story at times. Sometimes I would skip it, sometimes I would quickly read through it, or skim through it, and then skip again. I just remember fights and certain areas I was in, but I don't know the entire story, or don't remember the entire thing in good detail. So really with Across the Ruined Sea, it's going to be technically a replay. Playing around yeah. I know you're just playing around. I just wanted to give myself a disclaimer. But yeah, see, I did go through it before. See, these boss fights were fun though. I remember this one. I remember 2012 right here, and then 2013 over here, and a few other moments too. But the details I don't remember. This actually looks fairly short. That's a lot of combat notes too. It's fairly short actually, huh? So technically when I get to this chapter, it's going to be a sort of replay and stuff. Not really a reread, just a replay. Spoiler, Bianca's part of the chapter. Well, damn, you spoiled the story. I guess I'm not playing this chapter anymore, man. God damn it. Next, main story, Spiral Chronos, or side story, No One? Well, as I said earlier, I'm doing this by patch release order. And after a new Divide patch is Cinder Burns, which is the no one story. So that's the next thing I'm going to be doing. But again, I've heard that's really lengthy. It's really long. So there's likely a chance that this is going to be like done in like 2 streams or something. Apparently that's what I heard. But he's also like a really like well-developed character too. That's another thing I've heard about Nolan. And I'm actually excited too. Part 1 of Cinder Burns, because there's no way you can do it in one take. Yeah, I remember when I was on Shoal's YouTube channel for just to check something real quick, I saw the Cinder Burns like story read through or whatever. It was like 10 hours long or some shit. I swear to God. So I was like, oh my God, that's definitely going to be done in like 2, maybe even 3 parts. In 2 or 3 streams. That's going to be crazy. This thing is its own like... This story is its own like fake ascension or surviving Lucem. 13 hours minimum. Jesus. And because I'm reading it out loud too, it's going to take a bit. It's going to take a little bit longer because of my because I like to go a bit slow with the reading pace, just so people can easily digest what it is that's being narrated. He cuts out combat stages. Oh, okay. Right. That makes sense. Oh, so including the combat stages, it's... Oh, man. That's crazy. More content equals more money. It all works out. Well, I don't know about that, because the thing is, my streams don't really even get that many views in the first place. Like, I don't have the streams monetized, which I don't really care all that much, because on average people usually watch my shit like on average it's like usually 1 or 2 people that watch my shit, watch my streams, I mean. So there's not really much of a point to even monetize them. I do have like donations on and stuff, but like that's obviously optional, so it's whatever to me. But man, this story is gonna be a long lengthy one. I'm excited though. I'm excited. Same as surviving Jerusalem, you spend 10 hours divided by 2. Yeah. It's gonna be a long one. Crazy. Let me think here. I'm trying to think of like for next week's like stream schedule. Because Wuthering Waves is going to have their 1.4 patch coming out next week, so I definitely want to have 2 days for that. So like next week, Friday, Saturday will be Wua. Let me see here. So I think instead of streaming PGR for tomorrow, because I want to, for Cinder Burns here, I wanted to have like 2 days back to back for this without any like breaks in between or anything. Any like off days in between. You know what I mean? So instead of PGR tomorrow, I might just or instead, man, I don't know. Trying to think it over. Okay, maybe tomorrow I won't. Maybe tomorrow I'll take a break. But Sunday and Monday can be Yakuza. Tuesday and Wednesday can be PGR. And then Friday and Saturday can be Wuwa. I can do it like that instead. Take a break for tomorrow. That sounds alright for me. Alright, I'll do that. So, that being said, that has been chapter 19, New Divide. I'm slowly getting there with the catch up here. I'm slowly getting there. I think by the time Chushukra comes out, I might be on the renewal section, maybe. Highlights how important chapter 17 was along the following chapters linked back to it. All the following chapters linked back to it. 18 was how Nanami's actions made the ending possible. 19, how the impact of the surface crisis affected the moon. Jesus. That's crazy. Yeah, it's a domino effect. I do like that. Where the chapters here feel very, very well connected and cohesive. I think that's one of the things about PGR's like chapters here. At least starting from like 9. From chapter 9 or chapter 8. That feels very, very well put together. So I do like it. That's kind of the issue with what Wuthering Waves kind of has with their story. Because it's like, it feels like with Wuthering Waves, it's like you finish one of the main story stuff, like say, for example, 1.1. And then when you go on to the next main story, which is 1.3, it doesn't really connect to back to the events of 1.1 all that much. I think the one thing that's really cohesive about all of 1.x of like Wuthering Waves is that they're just MC is just trying to discover their past and their memories. That's about it. But I think 1.x for Wu was like easing us in, or kind of like there for world building and lore building. I think that's how it was done for PGR as well. Yeah. Chapter 19 was great. I liked it. And again, I like the stuff with Luna in chapter 9. It was nice. It was sweet too. Yeah, character development I like. Ooh. Let's collect these. Oh, it's giving me the rewards for chapter 20 as well. Since I already did them. That's funny. Alrighty. So, that being said, that's it for me for tonight. This Revelation remix is quite nice. Oh yeah. This is the Infinite Gallery OST. Or this is the OST for which patch was it? Let me double check. It's for Renaissance du Fantastique, the Isla Kaleido patch. This is what the OST is from. Like I remember I was looking for like music to add to my like PGR like music playlist on YouTube for my other YouTube channel, so I could listen to it while I while I play other games and shit. And while I was trying to look for more to add, I discovered Infinite Gallery. And I love how Infinite Gallery includes like Narwhal, Hikari, I think it was Edenist that's also in there, as well as Revelation. So it's really good. Infinite Gallery is really good. They could have made Shorekeeper into 2 stories. Like, you don't need to save it first. You can do it later in the next patch or story. Yeah. That's what they could have done, but I feel like if they did it with that way in Rua, I feel like it'd be dragging on a little bit too long. Because a lot of the stuff that happens, because if we were to take example from like PGR here, a lot of the stuff that happens just happens in the one chapter and stuff. So I'm okay with like the short, the 1.3 story being all done in 1.3. I think what they should have done is made it like a bit longer to get through. Because going through these chapters, if you're reading it like at the same pace as I am, it takes about like 4 or 5 hours. 1.3 main story took about like 3 hours. Again though, I think 1.x for Rua is just at the moment just there to ease us into the world and the lore and stuff. To help us familiarize with some of the terms. Alrighty. That being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. Good chapter. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm going to take a break for tomorrow, as I said. And then Sunday and Monday will be Yakuza. So if you want to hang out for that, you can. If you don't, that's fine too. And then Tuesday and Wednesday will be PGR again. Both of those will be the Noan stuff. Cinder Burns Part 1 and 2. And then Thursday is a break day, especially since Thursday is going to be the update patch for Rua. And then Friday and Saturday is when I play that patch. So I'm excited. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Alright, see you next time. Oh, 1.4 story is just Kamelia's companion story, that's it. If they could have made the short clip, actually, no. 1.4 story isn't going to be Kamelia's companion story, actually. It's going to be separate. 1.4 is going to be mainly involving the elusive realms, while Kamelia's companion story is going to be an entirely separate thing included with 1.4. So it's 2 different. So you got like your main story and then the companion story. So it's actually going to be split up. But I do get with like making Shorekeeper's thing separate. Because 1.3 was mainly a Shorekeeper story and not something with Black Shores. At least that's what it seems like, or feels like. But no, I get what you mean. Excuse. I get what you mean. But yeah, 1.4 is going to be main story with Elusive Realms, and then there's going to be and then Kamelia's companion story is going to be a completely separate thing from the main. They split it up. They gave details about that too. For their 1.4 trailer, so which by the way is really nice to watch. So if you haven't seen the 1.4 trailer, you should give it a watch. All right, that's enough yap. I'm gonna head off now. Again, thank you. Hope you enjoyed. See you next time. Bye bye.